Ay, ay, ay. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, ay, ay, ay. Hmm. I suppose so. Right. Hello. Whoever is here, hello. I'm here. Everybody's here, I guess. At least Philippe Auguste is here. Let me see. Hmm. Oh, hello. Greater Rain. Is that a new hello? Or an old hello? I suppose it's a new hello. We've been seeing a surge of activity on the channel. Unfortunately, I cannot say with confidence that it's a positive surge of activity. Um, Orbiters. Everyone. Oh yeah, I have to look for something. Hold on. Mm-hmm. Sunny orbit. Yep. Why not? Why the heck not? Right? How is everyone? How are you, my cool viewers? I've managed to fix the Twitch problem. The problem was I have no clue. I have no clue what the problem was. But now it's fixed. The problem is now fixed and I can now resume using Twitch. Now I can resume praying for Philippe Auguste to throw tens of raids my way. Weird dinner. Why was the dinner weird? Why was the dinner weird? I'm on both? Cool. I'm also eating dinner while I'm doing this. I've been sleeping till now. Where's the weird dinner? Oh, I guess that's a dinner. Let me look for some more news. There's interesting speculation that I've been told. Mm, mm-hmm. But I forgot his name. I might have to make a phone call. I'm gonna be right back. Okay, we're gonna read a Polish article, I guess, as well. Uh, mm, I cannot find it. Oh my god. I guess I'll go to Onet and look for the. Uh, hmm. When sound waves, that is. Oh, right. Okay, I'm just gonna mention it today. It's fine. It's fine. It's all good. We're gonna be discussing. Oh, you mean the ether? Okay, I get it. It's okay. We've known about it for a long time, Markyle. It's called ether. The ether. Am I not being funny? Am I not entertaining you as a streamer yet? Apparently, I'm woke and weird, so you have to forgive me. I make no sense, and I'm detached from the fabric of history or something. Been reading my comment section lately. Uh, okay, we're gonna start. I want to establish some sort of a timeline. Hello, Jack, don't do it. Welcome. Oh well, it happens to the best of us. After all, many people, it doesn't really matter what you say. It doesn't really matter what the substance of what you're saying is. As long as you can package it in a coherent way or even an appealing way, it becomes something true to many people. It becomes something worth listening to. It becomes something worth consideration. That is something that is especially held as true in the United States, I've noticed. That is how you arrive at voting for Trump. The fact that people prefer fanfare over substance. Literally fanfare. If I recall correctly, Destiny prided himself on this. That he's so rhetorically skilled that he can effectively defend positions that he completely does not believe in and that are completely incorrect. But as long as he can what I'm saying is that has nothing to do with the free exchange of ideas. I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying. That is not the beauty of the free exchange of ideas. That is the ugliness of the free exchange of ideas, if anything. The fact that you can say the stupidest things, but as long as you say them in a way that appeals to people, people will believe it and think that it's a good point. Have you ever looked at the study which shows why detransitioners actually give for detransitioning? It's really sad to read, but it debunks the idea that people push where those people weren't actually trans. Yes, yes. We've known this for years, but people still push the lie that people still push the lie that there are trans individuals that start transitioning and then have massive regret and just detransition because transitioning ruined them. Nobody cares about facts, nobody cares about reality. People just care about fanfare, people just care about the packaging. And that is absolutely not the beauty of the free exchange of ideas. There's nothing beautiful about the fact that you can, as long as you're eloquent while saying 2 plus 2 equals 9, that it will be accepted as something true and real. Wow, they're making such a good point. Maybe 2 plus 2 equals 9, really. The fact that Donald Trump can just get on stage and say that 200-year-olds receive Social Security, that Ukraine has received $350 billion from the US. It's sad. That the conspiracy theorist and anti-vaxxer can be in charge of American healthcare. That is also depressing. But it's okay. This I'm just woke and detached from history. Just one of those woke weirdos that need to be humiliated. That is what I've been told in the comments, I guess. Alright, there's a timeline. A lot has been happening. A lot has been happening. I'm not sure if I'll be able to fit it all in. I've not managed to discuss a lot of things that have happened before, so I'll have to at least talk a bit about the things that have been happening before. TLDR, the United States have completely abandoned Ukraine. Europe is doing its best to step up. There's a there's a bit of speculation as to what is happening. I guess I'm just gonna start with the speculation because there's supposedly a Polish article that talks about it, but reading a whole article would be very awkward, especially since I'm not that great at translating things on the fly from a written article, so it would be bogged down by me reading and then translating and then discussing it. I can just take the TLDR of what the main thought is and give you my thoughts. There's a In Poland, there's an ongoing speculation as to why Donald Trump is acting the way he is, why he decided to do the whole thing in the White House, why the sudden pressure for peace no matter what, why the main brunt of the pressure is put on Ukraine and not Russia, why Donald Trump says that he does not want to give Ukraine any advantage, but rather wants peace, and why he frames um, Russia not to be the aggressor, but even reverses the role of the aggressor onto Ukraine. There's The most obvious answer to that would be that since um, Donald Trump is a very business oriented person, he clearly wants to normalize relations with Russia, which, by the way, many Western countries are noticing that the US is normalizing relations with Russia and starting to slowly offer their financial instruments back to Russia, but that's neither here nor there. The There is also apparently, and I'm gonna say it's speculation, I'm not gonna treat it as fact, but it is worth mentioning and discussing a bit. For a long time now, there's been discussion of dwindling Russian stock from the USSR era, tanks, armored vehicles, and such, that due to the sanctions, especially, the Russian Federation does not have the capacity to manufacture and replace the used up, rather the lost vehicles at a sustainable rate. That, believe it or not, this forever war, as Trump and JD Vance call it, cannot absolutely last forever. This war cannot last forever because sooner or later Russia will run out of its USSR stock. And there are some Polish experts, I guess I'm gonna call them experts. There's an article on a Polish publishing site that says that the reason why Trump is so adamant about peace as soon as possible, ceasefire as soon as possible, is because the Russian USSR stock of equipment is actually projected to run out much sooner than we all thought, within months this year, which means that by pushing for ceasefire as soon as possible, Trump is de facto defending Russia from falling into a very difficult situation in this war. I'm not gonna say whether or not it's true. In this case, I'm not gonna say if it's true or if it's false. I'm just gonna say that it is a hypothesis that has been pushed forward, at least in the Polish circles, and I'm gonna say that it is an interesting one, so I have decided to mention it. So that is a I guess that is our starting point. Our starting point of this little discussion. The level of speculation as to why exactly Donald Trump is in such a hurry to end this conflict as soon as possible. Any thoughts before we move on, or no? Any Let me check something real quick before I see your answers. What is he up to?
He's such a doddering old imbecile. He actually can't speak.
Oh. Hold on, I have to check something. I have to keep my... A desperate Russia could be dangerous for everyone. You could say that about everyone. You could say that about anybody. That is a very weak approach. I'm sorry to say, Jack, don't do it. We better appease this country because if it gets desperate, it could be bad for everyone. So we better give it everything it wants. I'm sorry, but a despot that is being appeased is even worse for everyone. We better appease Hitler because a desperate Hitler is just bad for everyone. Isn't that right? Like, that is not something that we should be subscribing to. This idea that we better work with this despot because otherwise they could grow desperate, and that's not good. Maybe nuclear war. Did you know that the West has nuclear weapons as well? Did you know that Russia is not the only country in the world in the possession of nuclear weapons? And did you know that Russia, believe it or not, is not a suicidal country? Believe it or not, uh, nuclear deterrence works both ways. It is so ridiculous that the West remains an eternal hostage to Russia when it comes to the nuclear threat. The the West has nukes, China has nukes, many other countries have nukes. In fact, we're gonna be talking about European nukes soon as well. We're going to be talking about the nuclear umbrella because I've been talking about it some time ago. The nuclear umbrella from the United States has become not something that is guaranteed. There is no guarantee of a nuclear umbrella for Europe anymore. Someone else must step in and provide that umbrella, or alternatively, European countries must get their own nuclear arsenal, which is the worst case scenario that we can imagine. We want less nukes in the world. We do not want more nuclear weapons in the world, because the more countries have nuclear weapons, the more nuclear weapons appear in the world, the more of a chance that something will happen increases. Why don't we just try to normalize relationships with Russia? Isolating Russia is really part of the problem. Okay, I'm going to do my best to answer this question seriously. I'm going to approach it honestly. I guess I'm just gonna ask a question. I'm gonna first answer your question with a question. Why didn't we just try to normalize relationships with Nazi Germany? You answer me this first, and then I'm going to answer your question in earnest. Why didn't we just try to normalize relationship with Nazi Germany? Yeah? Why didn't we try to normalize relations with? Yeah? Answer me this, and then I'm gonna answer your question. I'm waiting, and then I'm gonna move on to news or whatever. I'm gonna move on because they were evil. Oh, why were they evil? Why was Nazi Germany evil, and why is Russia not evil in your mind? What makes you think that Russia is not evil? That's interesting. Nazi Germany was evil, but Russia is not evil. Yeah, and the same ideology as Rusich in Russia. I guess you don't know that about the existence of Rusich, do you? Or Wagner, for that matter. Oh, so Nazi Germany was evil, but Russia is just not the good guy. Okay. So why do you want to normalize relations with Russia, but you said that Nazi Germany was not to be normalized with? What is the difference between Russia and Nazi Germany again? In that regard? Oh, okay. Let's go there. Nazi Germany isn't the good guy either, but to glorify Poland is ridiculous. After all, Poland did not have a nice, clean democracy when it was invaded in 1939. Some would say that it was pretty. Nobody cared about the Holocaust during World War II. I hate to tell it to you. Nobody cared. Not a single country had stopping the Holocaust as part of its goals during wartime. The Holocaust was stopped as an afterthought. It wasn't even stopped. Most of it just happened. Most of the countries didn't even believe that it was happening, and even when they found out, none of them went out of their way to stop it. It was stopped because it was on the way. The camps were only liberated because they were on the way to Berlin. Nobody cared during the war. Just as people don't care now, by the way, about Russia waging a genocidal campaign against Ukraine. Yeah, because Russia wants to be able to rebuild and then attack again. Of course, Russia is open to a ceasefire. Russia was open to a ceasefire earlier as well, and it broke it many, many times. Did you know this? Do you know how many ceasefires Russia has had with Ukraine and how many of them it broke? I don't think you do. Why do you think the US is so adamant about not giving Ukraine any security guarantees for that ceasefire? Everybody speaks Russian in Ukraine. You'd have to set half the country on fire for speaking Russian. I don't know if you're. I don't think you know what you're talking about. I mainly heard Russian. I heard a lot of Russian, and I'm in Ukraine pretty regularly. When people learned that I was Polish, they asked me if I spoke Russian to communicate with me. And they were impressed when I said that I speak a little bit Ukrainian. In the US, today is still the day that the USSR ordered the execution of Polish soldiers. Did you know that? So, yes, that is an empty argument. The whole persecution of Russian speakers. I'm sorry to say that is a very uninformed opinion. You have to be very ignorant about Ukraine to say that Russian is somehow a very persecuted language in there when so many people speak it. People either speak Russian or they speak a combination of Russian and Ukrainian. Saying that people are being killed for speaking Russian is just silly. There's nothing funnier. It's kind of insane. Russia has never cared about war crimes. Like, it's its entire history, basically. I mean, yeah. That is true. Russia has, in fact, never cared about war crimes. All right. Speaking of aid, because I want to start here, because I have not talked about it last, and it feels like I have to talk about it now. It is very relevant to the new events. It is very relevant to the fact that Um, Effectively speaking, there is no more alliance, there is no more support, there is no more camaraderie, quote unquote. The alliance between the United States of America and Ukraine is no more, at least for the time being. We can effectively say that that is not happening. In fact, what we can say is that there is an existing alliance between the United States and Russia. Like I said, people just saying Russia bad, Ukraine good doesn't make sense. I personally do not want my taxes going there or our soldiers dying for the values they support. Like I said, people say Nazi Germany bad, Poland good don't make sense. I personally do not want my taxes going there or our soldiers dying for the value they support. Is what you would have said in 1939 probably. That would have been Jack Don't Do It in 1939. There you go. You would have been effectively pro-Nazi Germany. I'm sorry to say. Even though you just said they were evil. Because to say, oh, it doesn't make sense that the invader is bad and the invaded is good. Yeah, because the United States was an isolationist country before being attacked by Japan. But you don't even believe that the US was an isolationist country because you don't know your history. Okay, I'm done. I'm done talking. I have to go through the topics because at this rate I never will. And I'm just wasting time. Also, how many American soldiers have died for Ukraine? That is a laughable statement. Okay, let's go. Let's continue. I'm just going to tell you one advice before I continue because that is exactly what I'm talking about. Okay? Um it's called hold on. It's called style over substance. What you're doing is called style over substance. So instead, I will just advise you really quick. Instead of saying it seems that countries are trying to drag us into war, I would advise you to look into it and actually see if it's true. If it's actually true that anybody is trying to drag anybody into war. Thank you. Drop the style and try to look into some of the substance, and you might be surprised. It sounds very flashy to say, oh, we're being dragged into war. American soldiers are gonna die in the fields of Ukraine. So it's gonna be a disaster. Okay, I'm done. Um, Philippe Auguste, you should try to get me a raid. Right. So we're going to go by the. We're going to go through the events in order. Browser properties. He wasn't actually. Again, style over substance. He absolutely was not. I know who you're talking about. He absolutely was not in any propaganda videos. In fact, the Ukrainian army has actively denounced him. So it's actually the opposite of what you're saying. The Ukrainian military has made an official statement saying this guy has nothing to do with us. Okay? So I don't know what I'm supposed to look up, but the actual official sources of the Ukrainian military denounced this guy pretty decisively. So again, style over substance. Oh, okay. Official sources don't matter. Um, Actual evidence is irrelevant. What matters is some esoteric propaganda material that maybe exists somewhere and I should look it up because style over substance. I told you, style over substance. It's vibes, it's conspiracy. As long as I package it in a flashy, very cool sounding way, it becomes truth. That is how you arrive at Donald Trump. The United States has given Ukraine $350 billion. 200-year-old people get social security, and besides, everybody's trying to screw over the United States of America, and Zelensky owes Trump an apology. So yeah. So yeah. You're a very easily duped person, Jack. Don't do it. Now I'm not surprised at all that you voted for Trump. You're very, very, very easily duped. You're a person that is extremely easy to manipulate from what I'm seeing. Probably at this rate. Trump 2028. Probably at this rate. Probably. Alright. This has been a big deal. This has been talked about extensively. Ukraine war latest. It's not actually a latest anymore. US suspends Ukraine military aid to pressure Zelensky into talks. Trump advisor says. So basically the TLDR of this story is Zelensky, JD Vance, and Donald Trump had a falling out at the White House. Some speculate that this has been orchestrated on the part of J.D. Vance and Donald Trump. They were supposed to be signing a mineral deal that day. The deal has not been signed. Zelensky has been expelled from the White House. Um, it became a heated conversation about gratitude and about security guarantees. That is the short version of what has happened. In response to what has happened, the United States has decided to freeze all aid to Ukraine. All military aid to Ukraine has been effectively stopped. US suspends Ukraine military aid to pressure Zelensky. US-Ukraine plan to sign mineral deal on March 4th, Reuters report. The US has suspended military aid to Ukraine as part of a pressure campaign to push Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky toward negotiations with Russia. US President Donald Trump's senior advisor Jason Miller told CNN on March 4th. President Trump is the only person talking about stopping the killing, and sometimes leaders can use the carrot, sometimes they can use the stick, Miller said. That is exactly how the Trump administration sees it. They see the Ukraine-Russia war as just business. It doesn't matter that Russia is waging a genocidal war against Ukraine. It doesn't really matter that Russia is the aggressor. It doesn't really matter that Russia has broken many ceasefires before. It doesn't really matter that Russia does not even see Ukrainians as a legitimate nation. It does not matter that Russia has filled many mass graves with Ukrainian bodies. It doesn't really matter that Russia is trying to erase the Ukrainian language. It doesn't really matter that Russia says that Ukraine does not exist as an independent country from Russia. All that Russia cares is to be able to fill the headlines with Trump stopped fighting. It doesn't really matter to Trump the fact that people in the occupied territories will continue to suffer, that the killing in fact will not stop, that Russia will continue to torture, kill, brutalize civilians in the occupied territories, that it will create a gigantic wave of refugees, that it will create an immigration crisis for Europe and partially for the US as well. All these things do not matter because Trump wants to end the killing, quote unquote, and he also wants to normalize relations with Russia, no matter the cost, for Ukraine, Europe, or anybody else. That is the reality of this little deal maker, peacekeeper. Several media outlets reported that Trump ordered an immediate halt to all military aid to Ukraine on March 4th, affecting over $1 billion in weapons and ammunition deliveries. And it's not just freezing the aid that is being prepared for Ukraine. It is also an effective freeze of all weapons, all equipment that is already on the way to Ukraine in transit. All the weapons that are already in Poland waiting to be delivered to Ukraine, that has also been stopped. Any delivery of weapons to Ukraine from the United States have been stopped. So that is one aspect to the situation. That is one piece of the puzzle as to why I am saying that any alliance that the United States had with Ukraine is effectively broken. It's effectively broken. It's effectively not a thing anymore. Polish Foreign Ministry spokesperson Paweł Wroński added that the US had not consulted with any of its NATO allies before suspending the aid. Yes, because this is a direct result of Zelensky not bending reality in order to bow down to Donald Trump. That is the only real reason why this has happened. Trump demands absolute loyalty. Zelensky did not give him that absolute loyalty, so he has been punished for it. He has been punished through the withdrawal of aid. The move follows a heated Oval Office meeting on the February 28th between Trump, Zelensky, and US Vice President J.D. Vance, which ended with the cancellation of planned US-Ukraine mineral agreement. Zelensky dared to very actually um, it was a very reasonable thing for Zelensky to point out that a ceasefire without any security guarantees is a meaningless ceasefire. It is a ceasefire that will be broken, and that is something that has made J.D. Vance and Donald Trump really, really angry. He said, "We just want a ceasefire. We don't want to talk about any security guarantees. You just want the war to continue. You're just a warmonger if you want any security guarantees." Since the meeting, some US officials and Republican lawmakers have escalated their criticism of Zelensky, with some even suggesting he should resign. People have suggested not only that he should resign, they have straight out said that Zelensky should apologize. Zelensky owes Trump an apology for how he conducted himself during that uh, you know, during the meeting on the 28th. Because he dared to advocate for his country's interests during a genocidal war. How dare he? How dare Zelensky try to secure any guarantees for his country that Russia will not just invade again? That's not what it's all about. It's about ending the fighting and then normalizing the relations between the US and Russia. Zelensky simply does not play ball. And he is being punished for it. According to the Kiel Institute for the World Economy, the US has provided 119.8 billion in aid to Ukraine since the start of Russia's full-scale invasion in 2022, including 67.1 billion in military aid and 49 billion in financial aid and 3.6 billion in humanitarian aid. So to summarize, 100.8 billion in aid, which is a far cry from what Trump says. And the figure that Trump always throws around is $350 billion. That is what Trump always says, that the US has given Ukraine $350 billion in aid. A figure that is absolutely not true, that's a figure that is absolutely fabricated. But again, I guess this is going to have to become a feature in these streams. As long as Trump is president, I guess I'm going to have to repeat this as mantra. Style over substance. As long as Donald Trump can stand on stage and scream confidently, "We have given Ukraine $350 billion," people will believe it. People will believe that Ukraine has been given that amount, even if the true aid figures will be given to people time and time and time again. They will just not believe it. That was the first part. But now, because people were saying, okay, so the US has frozen aid, military aid to Ukraine. That's not good. That's actually pretty bad. Europe might be trying to step in and fill in that blank in some way. It's going to be difficult, but it's not the end of the world, because actually, what people have been reporting, The US has not completely abandoned aid. The US has not completely abandoned Ukraine when it comes to aid, because the US is still providing Ukraine with precious intel, with precious information about enemy location, precious information about enemy movement, precious etc., intel information, which is still a type of aid, which is still a support that Ukraine is receiving. And we're going to be talking about that ending as well in a minute. A Trump ceasefire would never fail, and if Trump enters Ukraine, it would be permanent because Trump never pulled out of anything or anyone. Oh, okay. Got it. Thank you, Paul Hogston. Thank you. Thank you for this deep analysis of the situation. You're totally not trolling. Thank you very much for this well-informed comment on the situation. Hold on. Mm. All right. All right. So this has changed as well as of now. This whole situation has drastically changed as well. As now, US has ended intelligence sharing as well. That was one thing that everybody has been saying that um, was a silver lining to the whole situation. The US might have ended direct military aid, that might be frozen, no new weapons might be flowing into Ukraine, but at least the US is still sharing its intel with Ukraine. And that, as of March 6th, is over as well. CIA chief says believes suspension will go away. Washington, New York, March 5th. The US has paused intelligence sharing with Ukraine, CIA Director John Ratcliffe said on Wednesday, piling pressure on Ukraine, Vladimir Zelensky to cooperate with US President Donald Trump in convening peace talks with Russia. Because effectively the reverse of what should be happening is happening. The United States is not an ally of Ukraine. The United States is an ally of Russia. The United States is giving no pressure to Russia, but it's piling on pressure on Ukraine because Ukraine must give as favorable a peace to Russia as possible, or a ceasefire rather. The suspension, which could cost lives by hurting Ukraine's ability to defend itself against Russian missile strikes, followed a halt this week to U.S. military aid to Kyiv. It underscores Trump's willingness to play hardball with any ally as he pivots to a more conciliatory approach to Moscow from previous strong U.S. support for Ukraine. And there's a lot to this. First of all, when it comes to missile strikes, when it comes to the lack of military aid, when you combine these two things, even just one in isolation, okay, I did not mention this. I have not mentioned this before, but who do you think will be hurt first by the lack of US military support? The answer might surprise you. It's not going to be the soldiers that so far still have um, they still have the means to fight, okay? The soldiers at the front line for now still have the means to fight. But the people that are going to be hurt first by these moves are the civilians. The lack of anti-air capabilities will first and foremost hurt the civilian cities that are being bombed every single day. The lack of the ability to intercept missile strikes will hurt civilians first and foremost. That is the reality of the situation. Those are the people that are going to be hurt by this first and foremost. So, for a president that is claiming that he wants the killing to stop, he sure is very actively supporting the killing of civilians in Ukraine. Okay? That is also a reality, a direct reality of the suspension of aid to Ukraine. Okay? That is the reality. The president that claims to want the killing to stop is aiding the direct killing of civilians in Ukraine. The pressure appears to have worked, with Trump on Tuesday saying he received a letter from Zelensky in which the Ukrainian leader said he was willing to come to the negotiation table, which apparently is a lie. Apparently, there has been no letter. Apparently, Donald Trump has taken a social media statement from Zelensky and has claimed it to be a letter that he has received from Zelensky. Just saying. Apparently, there was no letter. Apparently, that is a lie. Which is not surprising in the slightest, considering that it's Donald Trump. I think on the military front and the intelligence front, the pause, I think, will go away. But what will happen in the meantime? This sort of the United States is not an ally to Ukraine, okay? The fact that it's just willing to turn off aid, turn off intelligence sharing, and at the same time have very, very positive quote unquote talks with Russia means that effectively the roles have flipped. Russia is the ally, Ukraine is the enemy that needs to be dealt with, that needs to be pacified, that needs to be forced into subjugation. That is the reality of the situation now. A source familiar with the situation, speaking on condition of anonymity, said the Trump administration had halted everything, including targeting data that Ukraine has used to strike Russian targets. A second source said intelligence sharing had only partially been cut, but was unable to provide more detail. Washington on Monday halted military aid to Kyiv following a disastrous Oval Office meeting on Friday when Trump and Zelensky engaged in a shouting match before the world's media. The clash delayed the signing of a deal that would give the U.S. rights to revenue from Ukraine's critical mineral deposits, which Trump has demanded to repay U.S. military aid, which, by the way, the U.S. should not be demanding repayment for its aid, considering that, technically speaking, the Budapest Memorandum compels the U.S. to aid Ukraine in its borders integrity, in preserving Ukraine's border integrity. Zelensky said on Wednesday there had been positive movement on the issue and officials from the two countries could meet again soon. The White House said it is reconsidering its pause in funding for Ukraine, and talks between the two countries over minerals deal were ongoing. A senior administration official said on Wednesday that the signing was expected to happen soon and to be the first step in a longer negotiation between Ukraine, Washington, and Russia on ending the war. The Ukrainian embassy in Washington and Ukraine's foreign ministry did not immediately respond to a request for comment. So, what we're seeing here is that the aggressor country is being rewarded for its aggression in 2022. Ukraine is being actively punished for having fallen victim to an aggression in 2022 and is now being extorted for its resources on top of it. Congratulations. In an address to Congress on Tuesday evening, Trump said Kyiv was ready to sign a mineral deal. Europe scrambling. Several Democrats criticized the intelligence sharing suspension. Senator Mark Warner, the vice chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee, said the ill advised decision showed that Trump had given American power to Russia. Let me be clear, cutting off intelligence support to our Ukrainian partners will cost Ukrainian lives, the Virginia Democrat said in a statement. And it's not only soldier lives. The entirety of the cutting of aid will cost Ukrainian civilian lives. Just so you know. Just so you are aware of what is happening. In fact, just the next sentence says, a Russian missile struck a hotel in the central Ukrainian city of Kryvyi Rih later on Wednesday, killing 2 people and injuring 7, emergency officials said. European countries are scrambling to boost defense spending and maintain support for Ukraine. Diplomats said France and Britain are aiming to finalize a peace plan to present to the US, while the Dutch government said it will reserve 3.5 billion euros for Ukraine aid in 2026. So that's already a year from now. That's not good. 2026. Hello, Moose Watcher. You're white. You should do something about it. The US has provided critical intelligence to Ukraine for its fight against Moscow's forces, including information that helped thwart Russian President Vladimir Putin's drive to seize Kyiv at the start of this full-scale invasion in February 2022. But in less than 2 months in office, Trump has upended US policy, stunning and alienating European allies, and raising concerns about the future of the NATO alliance, ended the nuclear umbrella, and also showing very clear signs that it's more willing to treat Russia as an ally than the entirety of the European Union. That's because Trump's ideas align more closely to Putin's. To put it clearly, to put it simply, Trump aligns more with Vladimir Putin than with his Western allies, quote unquote. He has also ended Putin's isolation through phone calls with the Russian leader and talks between Russians and US aid in Saudi Arabia and Turkey, from which Ukraine and its European allies were excluded. It's more than just talks. Now, there are Western companies, there are Western banks that are very slowly approaching Russia and thinking of extending their financial instruments to them. So already we are seeing that talks about loosening sanctions have started, and the value of the ruble has started to raise once again. So basically, all that Russia had hoped for, and um, all that Russia has hoped for is just coming to fruition. Okay? That is the reality of the situation. Once again. Some experts said the US intelligence sharing suspension would hurt Ukraine's ability to strike Russian forces, which occupied about 20% of the country's territory, and defend itself. Unfortunately, our defense in this regard is quite serious. Unfortunately, our dependence in this regard is quite serious, said Mykola uh, Bielyeskov, a research fellow at Ukraine's National Institute for Strategic Studies. So, we have seen the freeze of military aid, all weapons that have been planned to be given to Ukraine, all weapons that have been already on the way to Ukraine, that are waiting in Poland to be shipped to Ukraine, all that has been stopped. And now US has also cut intelligence sharing with Ukraine, which means that effectively all aid regarding military action towards Ukraine has been stopped. Ukraine has been effectively abandoned by the United States in the name of normalizing relations with Russia. And here we have I have something prepared next. We're gonna Google it. Western banks approach Russia. Maybe not banks, companies. I thought I had something opened about this. Nuclear umbrella. There's a lot of topics to be talked about today. Ukraine. Okay, Lucy, I understand you like Zelensky, but why didn't you wear a suit in the Oval Office? I know, how rude. I know. He should have totally yeah, he should have worn a suit. Totally. Hello, lettuce. Oh, I know what to type. I'm super quiet? What do you mean? How can I be super quiet? I should be regular. Am I really super quiet? Maybe it's something on your end. Nobody said that I was super quiet before. See, even you can't justify that behavior. I know, it's rude, it's horrible. I'm a big fan of Suits. Am I really super quiet? Technically, aid provided by lower level governments. I know Baltimore has an aid program to Ukraine. In the US, like states, countries, municipalities may not necessarily be frozen, cut off, but this pales in comparison to federal aid. I don't know. People seem to be hearing me just fine. Right? I've not heard people say that I. Hold on. I need to listen to myself somehow. Hmm. Oh, I know. I know. Hold on. I have a way. Hello? 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 No, that's not working. It sounds fine here. See? All right. The audio is fine for me, says Moose Watcher and Jordan. So it could be something on your end. A ruble rebound. Trump's tariffs have wiped out all post-election U.S. stock market gains. But for Russia's economy, his return has been a boon. Okay? So now we are seeing a rebound in Russian economy. Huh. Interesting. Okay, so we are going to talk about this, but first there's something that I want to talk about that is closer to home, okay? I want to talk about Poland a bit. You know, Poland, this country that is right next to Ukraine. Poland. We're going to do a few Polish topics today because I expect that no commentator that speaks about Ukraine will talk about these things. I don't expect anybody to talk about Poland's response to the disastrous talk between Zelensky and Trump in the Oval Office. I don't expect anybody to talk about the newest Polish aid package. Yes, I'm gonna have some Polish pride. Just as the US has frozen aid to Ukraine, Poland has sent another military aid package to Ukraine. And as much as Polish aid pales in the face of US aid, um, Poland still has proven to be a pretty good ally when it comes to the delivery of weapons. Poland has sent more tanks to Ukraine than any other ally. Yeah. So, Polish Cold War hero Wałęsa writes to Trump expressing horror at Zelensky's spat. And I'm going to have to enter this and say this headline is not completely accurate. I'm familiar with the topic because um, this is a letter that has been sent actually not just by Wałęsa but also the 39. This is going to be mentioned here. The Nobel Prize winner posted the text of the letter. There's a letter that has been written by 40 people, 39 former Polish political prisoners during the Polish People's Republic from the 70s and 80s. And it has been signed by them, and it has also been signed by Lech Wałęsa. So, from how I understand it, Wałęsa didn't write it personally. It is a group letter from the oppositionists that have fought against the Polish regime during the communist era, quote unquote, and it has been signed by all of them, including Lech Wałęsa. Okay? I know this because, for example, my uncle has also sent this letter. He has been in that same opposition. He was one of those 39 imprisoned people. He is one of the signatories of this letter. If my father did not die of COVID, he probably also would have signed it, because he was also imprisoned during the martial law in 1980. That was in 1981. Okay, he was in prison in 1981. That is when martial law happened. That is when he was imprisoned by the communist quote unquote regime in Poland. The same thing happened to my father. So if my father did not die of COVID, he probably would have been in this letter as well as a signatory. That's neither here nor there. Let's talk about the letter proper. Lech Wałęsa, the former Polish president, I think Lech Wałęsa is being fronted here as the person writing the letter, because when it comes to the international consciousness, when it comes to how much the world knows about Poland, Lech Wałęsa is considered this Polish export product for Poland. Lech Wałęsa is a person that people from abroad, generally speaking, know about. They know about the leader of the Solidarity movement, and that is exactly why in all of the headlines in the international press, Lech Wałęsa is put front and center. The first Polish president after 1989. The first president of the free Poland. That Poland that has been not part of the Soviet sphere of influence. The former Polish president and Solidarity trade union leader, who played a leading role in the fall of communism, signed a letter to US President Donald Trump expressing horror at his argument with Ukraine's Volodymyr Zelensky. The Nobel Prize winner posted the text, the Peace Nobel Prize winner posted the text of the letter, which was signed by 39 Polish former political prisoners, on Facebook on Monday. In an extraordinary meeting that was broadcast live on Friday, Trump accused Zelensky of being ungrateful for US aid, of showing disrespect to his country, and of risking World War III, casting into doubt Washington's ongoing support for Ukraine in its 3-year-long war with Russia. And now we know that this support of the United States has been severed. It has just been outright severed. Okay? The aid for Ukraine from the United States has been cut. Okay. This is the actual text of the content of the letter. We watched your conversation with the president of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, with horror and distaste, the letter said. We consider your expectations regarding showing respect and gratitude for the material assistance provided by the United States to Ukraine in its fight with Russia to be offensive, the letter continued. Gratitude is due to the gratitude is due to the heroic Ukrainian soldiers who shed blood in defense of the values of the free world. In other words, if anyone should be thanked, it's the Ukrainian soldiers, because they are the ones fighting, they are the ones bleeding, they are the ones that are actually living the values that the West supposedly has. We're gonna be talking about the nuclear weapons program. Actually, that's gonna be a topic for later. We're going to be talking about nuclear weapons because Europe has started talking about nuclear weapons in earnest. Poland might not need to start a nuclear weapons program. Actually, we're gonna be talking about it. Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance laid into Zelensky during the meeting, driving relations with Kyiv's most important wartime ally to a new low. The Ukrainian leader was told to leave, a U.S. official said. The letter signed by Wałęsa compared the atmosphere during the meeting to that found in interrogations by the security service and in communist courts. So basically, the attitude of Trump has been directly compared to the attitude of the communist regime in the Soviet sphere. It also called on the United States to fulfill the security guarantees given to Ukraine in 1994 after the breakup of the Soviet Union. These guarantees are unconditional. There is not a word there about treating such aid as economic exchange, the letter said. So what we are seeing here is what I've been saying. In other words, the Budapest Memorandum is now there's been Trump has put a price tag on the Budapest Memorandum. That is what is being said here, and that it should not be the case. The U.S. Embassy in Warsaw said questions on the letter should be directed to the White House press office, which did not immediately respond to an email request for comment. Poland's current president Andrzej Duda said on Saturday that Zelensky should get back to negotiations with the U.S. And let's see if we can find the full text of the letter, the full. This is interesting because actually two former presidents of Poland have signed the letter. The mentioned Lech Wałęsa and Bronisław Komorowski. This is the other president that has also signed this letter. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna translate the full text of the letter because I think this is something that is worth sort of experiencing in full, not just from fragments. And then we're going to move to more related topics when it comes to the US, its relation to Ukraine, and what those relations or lack of them mean for Europe. What must Europe do to step up? What can Europe do? What will it do? What can Poland do? Although I'm gonna do a one more Polish topic before after this. If your messages are getting deleted, lettuce, then I suggest you join here. No messages get deleted here. Or you can just watch from Twitch. I dual stream now. You can also watch from Twitch. There's more than one way to watch this stream now. You can watch it on YouTube. You can watch it on Twitch. You can watch it from lucyhaz.org/live. And I assure you, no message will get auto-deleted on the page. Okay. I'm gonna try to live translate the letter now. We have watched your we have watched the transmission of your discussion with the president of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, and we have watched it with horror and distaste. Your your expectation your expectation about showing respect and gratitude for the material aid that has been given to Ukraine by the United States, which Ukraine is fighting against Russia, we find this offensive. The ones that should be thanked are the heroic soldiers from Ukraine that shed their blood in the defense of the values of the free world. It is them that have been dying for 11 years at the front line in the names of those values and for the freedom and independence of their own country. They have been attacked by Putin's Russia. We do not understand how a leader of a country that is the symbol of the free world cannot see that. We have also been horrified by the fact that the atmosphere in the Oval Office during that conversation reminds us of something that we know very well, of the interrogation um by the security. Uh, it reminds us of the interrogation by the Polish security service, and it also reminds us of the communist courts. Prosecutors and judges that worked for um, the prosecutors and the judges that have worked for the almighty communist police, political police, they have also explained to us that they have all the cards and we have no cards. They demanded that we stop our activity because of us innocent people are hurt. They took away our rights and freedoms because we did not agree to cooperate with the government, and we did not show gratitude. We are shocked that you have treated the president of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, in a similar fashion. The history of the 20th century shows us that um, every time that the United States tried to distance itself from democratic values and from its European allies, it ended it ended being a danger to the United States itself. It is something that has been understood by the President Woodrow Wilson, that has decided to um, enter um, the First World War in 1917. It is something that was understood by the President Franklin Delano Roosevelt when he decided to enter the war after Pearl Harbor. And he knew that the war in defense of America would not only be waged on the Pacific, but also in Europe in an alliance with the countries attacked by the Third Reich. We also remember that without the President Ronald Reagan and the American engagement, financial engagement, we would not have been able to arrive at the fall of the Soviet Union. President Reagan had President Reagan understood that in Soviet Russia and countries that have been conquered by it, there are millions of people suffering. There were millions of people suffering. And there were thousands of political prisoners who, for their sacrifice in the defense of democratic values, paid with their freedom. His greatness was such that he did not, uh, his greatness was emphasized by the fact that he did not hesitate to call the USSR an empire of evil, and he fought it without hesitation. We won, and a monument of President Ronald Reagan is stands in Warsaw today, right next to the embassy of the US. Mr. President, financial help, military help, and financial help, it cannot be the equivalent for the blood spilled for the independence and freedom of Ukraine, Europe, and also the rest of the free world. Human life is priceless. It cannot be measured in money. Gratitude is something that is gratitude is something that is owed to those who sacrifice themselves, who sacrifice their life, their blood, and freedom for us. To us, the people of Solidarity, um, who were imprisoned, who were political prisoners of the communist regime, which said communist regime worked for Soviet Russia, it is obvious. We appeal to the United States to fulfill its commitments, to fulfill the guarantee that it has given together with Great Britain in the Budapest Memorandum in 1994, in which it was said that the integrity of the Ukrainian borders would be defended in exchange for it giving up its nuclear arsenal. Those guarantees do not have conditions. Uh, those guarantees are unconditional. There is not a mention in there that this agreement is treated as a economic exchange. And this is the list of the people that has signed this. Right? So yes, this has been the letter. Uh, we have been reading a letter from the Polish political prisoners from the 80s when they were in the anti-regime opposition, and their letter to Trump regarding the conversation about their disastrous conversation between Zelensky and Trump. Okay, I'm gonna address YouTube and then the page. Reagan didn't give an F. That's irrelevant actually. It doesn't matter if he cared or not. What matters is that he actually did something that Trump isn't doing. He did not ally with the USSR. No, actually, you're incorrect. You're missing the point, I think. You're missing the point. Because see, this is okay. I'm gonna have to put on my I'm gonna have to put on my little hat and say that you're missing the point. Because Reagan was not the only president mentioned here, okay? The point is, three presidents. Three presidents were mentioned here, okay? The first one was Woodrow Wilson. The second one was Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Then it was Reagan, okay? The point wasn't that Reagan was great. The point was that those US presidents have aided Europe, have been on the side of Europe, and have been more or less historically speaking against the aggressors. Not pro. Yeah, because they were the oppositionists that directly were the beneficiaries of his actions. Duh. It's no, this president that has aided us directly in our fight against the despotic government that has oppressed us, he was a shithead. That's exactly what they all should be saying. I would make the most sense. And Vietnam was a totally different context. It's not really. I would argue that the Vietnam War has nothing to do with what's being said here. Why would they omit Reagan? That would make no sense. I would make no sense for the people that fought against the communist government would completely, in an address to an American president, they would completely omit the president that directly benefited them. Why would you get out of your way to talk about something that is unrelated to the topic? It makes no sense, okay? Let's get some perspective. We can talk about, it's basically like saying, if you're gonna be talking about the USSR and the Allies fighting the Nazi Germany at the end, then you should always mention that there was a lot of rape along the way. That you can talk about topics without mentioning any everything that the person or the country has done anywhere in the world. Yeah, but the Vietnam War has nothing to do with this topic. Nothing. Yes, the letter would have worked perfectly well if the oppositionists of Poland from the 70s, 80s said, oh, by the way, but also there was the Vietnamese War that is regarded as a very bad war. What would be the purpose of adding any information about the Vietnam War in this letter? Yeah, but this is a letter to Trump, not to the American left. I don't think you understand the purpose of this letter. It is not a letter that is the pro-Ukrainian left is already. Because the people that signed the letter directly benefited from Reagan. What do you mean? The people that directly benefited from him should not mention him because war in Vietnam. I guess we shouldn't mention the United States in relations to aid in Ukraine because of how bad Israel Palestine went, right? We're gonna go to his Wikipedia. Thank God the segment itself is over. Thank God I'm addressing this after the segment. Yeah, that's why the letter does not talk about the war in Vietnam. It talks about the thing that actually ended up in the fall of the Soviet Union. Yes, that's why talking about the war in Vietnam would have been pointless. Hold on. Wait, hold on. Hold up. The Vietnam War was before Reagan. Am I being. What is happening? Okay, okay. I thought as much. I thought as much. Okay. Why are we trying to pin Vietnam on Reagan again? What was his involvement with the Vietnam War? Okay, that doesn't mean anything. Okay, I'm sorry. That sort of involvement is meaningless. Okay, that he called someone fascist. That is not even worth mentioning. That I'm sorry, but the actual financial contribution to the fall of the Soviet Union is a little bit more substantial than he called some protesters fascists. I'm sorry to say, but that is a silly reason for the people that have directly benefited from his involvement in the European scene to say, oh, we should not, we absolutely should not mention him at all because as a governor, he cracked down on protests. Like, this is a silly way to conduct any sort of talking about politics. It was more complicated than that, just that. I'm sorry to tell you. The fall of the United of the USSR. Because I will remind you that Poland broke out of the Soviet sphere before the fall of the Soviet Union, and that the Polish opposition was a direct beneficiary from him. Radio Free Europe and many other things were a big factor in for the Polish opposition. That's irrelevant. All those points are irrelevant. It doesn't matter why the American never hated the USSR or did. Those are really irrelevant points. Like in this context, it's not an important reminder at all. It's actually a pointless reminder in this context. Also, Radio Free Europe at the time served the same purpose as Russia Today does now. Uh, no, it didn't. It absolutely did not. You're showing a pretty big misunderstanding about um yeah, you're showing a pretty big misunderstanding on how Radio Free Europe functioned, as well as how um Russia Today functions now. And on top of that, you're throwing in the CIA PSYOP buzzword. I'm sorry to say, but I have a little bit of a more understanding on how at least the Polish um, part of the Radio Free Europe functioned. The purpose was absolutely not the same. It is silly to compare Radio Free Europe to Russia Today. But then again, people really have zero clue about this region of the world, so that comparison does not surprise me in the slightest. Do you think the US cared about Poland's welfare in the 70s and 80s? Look up what they did in Italy and Turkey to stop progressive politics. Uh, yeah, the Polish section of the Radio Free Europe was not run by Americans. It was run by Polish people in exile. So again, you're showing yourself not to know what you're talking about. It's irrelevant as to whether or not the US cared about Poland's welfare. Polish people were given the tools to um, give information that was unavailable in the country at the time, to spread material that was forbidden, to share the news that were also censored and forbidden in the country. That is absolutely not the purpose of Russia today. So again, you're just showing yourself not to know what you're talking about. Ah, yes. Yes. Jeziorański, the famous person that just folded to CIA pressure and always towed the line. I'm sorry, you have no clue what you're talking about. You're talking in slogans. Yes, all the Polish people in exile were just punished whenever they stepped out of line. Russia today is spreading pro-Russian propaganda. That's all that it does. It does not do exposés on the US. Like, you have no clue what you're talking about. All you know is a list of slogans which you repeat like a robot. Let's read about this CIA stooge, Jan Nowak Jeziorański. After the war, Nowak Jeziorański stayed in the West, initially in London and then in Munich and Washington. Between 1848 and 1976, he was one of the most notable personalities of the BBC Polish section. In 1952, he also became head of the Polish section of the Munich-based Radio Free Europe. So he must have been the top CIA stooge then. It must have been, he must have been the top stooge of the CIA. Yeah, you have no clue what the purpose, you have no clue what the role of Radio Free Europe in Poland was. That is your problem. Yes, the CIA black prisons were the main topic of Polish censorships. Yes, yes, of course. That was the main news. Yes, of course. That was the main news that was important for Polish people that suffered from the censorship under the Polish United People's Party. Yes, that was the main thing that Polish people needed to hear. The CIA black prisons, which were in full swing during his time. Yes, that was the main thing that he should have reported about, the CIA black prisons. You're right. No, I'm not. If you think that Russia Today and Radio Free Europe were equivalent, then you don't know what you're talking about. You're out of touch. I'm sorry to say. Incredible. Did he write articles about CIA black prisons which were in full swing during his time as the journalist? Of course he didn't. That was such a stupid point that I don't even know what to do with it. Okay, again. Well, okay. This is so. Okay. I'm gonna try to say this in a way that you will understand because I have no clue how to say this in a way that you will understand. So, a Polish dude reporting from a mile away from CIA blacklist in the 60s. Yeah, I think there were some implied pressures there to not condemn the US ravaging, say, Vietnam and Cambodia. You're right. Just as there were some implicit pressures when people from Poland were trying to report on the Holocaust, not to condemn US for the bad way black people were treated in the US. You're right. Those people just had their priorities wrong. Focusing on the things that they were, that the radio was created for. Again, this is such a stupid point that I don't know even what to do with it. It's basically like going to a journalist that reports on Ukraine and say, hey, why aren't you talking about Israel, Palestine? Why aren't you talking about Syria, Serbia, Sri Lanka, and other places? You must be bought and sold and a stooge. This is really stupid. And I'm not sure if you realize how stupid what you're saying is. Yeah, because your point is stupid. Your point is very, very stupid. If a person is leading a section of the radio whose sole purpose is to act as a counter to Polish censorship internally, then why would such a radio section focus on Vietnam or Cambodia? Once again, you're right. And nobody else said it. Once again, you're one of those people that say that Euromaidan was an American coup, and basically it's a proxy war. Ukrainian people don't really have any say or any sort of freedom to do anything because, again, Eastern Europeans are just stooges. They're just pawns in the game of the United States. Thank you. Thank you for the perpetuation of this point. Thank you. Congratulations. You have joined the crowd. You have joined the endless crowd of people that deny Eastern Europeans any sort of agency of in what they're doing. So yes. Like, I'm sorry, you have no clue what you're talking about. And the fact that you said that Radio Free Europe was basically just RT shows that you have no clue what you're talking about beyond bullet points. So calling RT America a propaganda wing of the Russian government under the privy of the FSB, among others, denies the agency of the American people. You're an idiot, an entropy fan. You're an idiot. Yes, because the RT America's purpose is to, yes, the Americans in RT America are fighting the US censorship. The US is a regime under which no free press, no free media exist. Yes, exactly. Those are equivalents. The fact that you would go with this just shows me that you have no clue what you're talking about. Absolutely no clue. Yes, because are you gonna say that the United States of America and the Polish People's Republic were equivalents now? Is that what you're putting forward? That the state of the press, the freedom of publication, freedom of the press in the United States and the Polish People's Republic were equivalent? Are you saying that? I sincerely hope you're not. I sincerely hope you're not putting an equivalence between these situations. Keep moving the goalposts. I'm sorry, but your goalposts are just. I'm not gonna use the ableist slur. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to say you have a tendency for debating for debating's sake, and you have a tendency of saying a lot of ignorant, stupid things because you like to be an expert of everything without having even a base understanding on anything. You're one of those people. You're an expert on everything without knowing anything of substance on anything. An expert on everything is an expert on nothing. Irrelevant. Irrelevant. And that is what you don't understand. Irrelevant. That is why I say that you lack the basic understanding of what you're talking about. Two parties can be uh, motivated by very different interests, and still two parties can achieve their goals. What does that even mean? A CIA psyop. This is a slogan. It's a slogan. It's an empty slogan. It's meaningless. Yes, of course. Of course the CIA would brag about the effectiveness of peak Cold War. Guess what? The interests aligned. No, the goals were the same. The goals were exactly the same. The goals were exactly the same. You think Polish people did not want to undermine the USSR? You think that it was not in the interest of Polish people to undermine the USSR? Yes, if you want to, exactly. If you want to undermine the USSR, you're a fascist. Yes, yes, you're right. An entropy fan. Anyone who wanted to undermine the USSR was a fascist who hated godless communism. Yes. It's irrelevant. That's irrelevant. No, I did not strawman you. Lol. You're just an idiot. Saying that RT and Radio Free Europe were equivalents. Your actual position is stupid because you put equivalency between RT and Radio Free Europe. I hate to tell it to you, but RT spreads misinformation, and Polish people did not spread misinformation via Radio Free Europe. They were not equivalent, or aren't equivalent. Well, it was a pointless thing to say. It was a silly thing to say. Because those differences are crucial. It's silly to say, oh yeah, RT and Ready for Europe will equivalent because they were both used against the other side. Oh wow, I'm so smart. I'm so smart. Radio Free Europe was used against the USSR, and RT is used against the US. Therefore, they're equivalent. I am so smart. My God. My goodness. Oh wow, and it was used by the CIA. Oof. That makes it equivalent, you're right. You're right. Oh wow. The CIA did horrible things in a different context. That must mean that Radio Free Europe and RT were equivalent. Wow, wow, you're so smart. You are so smart. Maybe you have a maybe you have a problem with communicating what you're saying because you seem to have that problem everywhere. So maybe the problem is not with everyone but with you. Have you ever considered that? Have you ever considered the fact that you seem to have this problem with everyone everywhere? Oh wait, no, you haven't. You're right. Irrelevant. Irrelevant. Completely irrelevant. Yes. Yes, of course. I'm sorry again. You say that to everybody. Everybody misrepresents you. Everybody strawmans you. I've seen you talk with other people every single time. Everybody moves the goalposts. Everybody misrepresents you. I'm sorry to say, everybody but you. Nobody reads what you're saying. You seem to have this problem with everybody. Everybody, every single time. Don't be mean. I have to. I have to. As I have noticed a pattern. I'm sorry I'm being mean to Mr. Entropy Fan, who asked my guest once if they're actually having some mental condition because they're not acting appropriately towards an Entropy Fan. Yes, the only constant in the pattern is me and all the other people that you argue with ever. You forgot to add that part. And all the places that you have been expelled from. Don't forget that. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. What you're saying is stupid. Those things can be true at the same time. Multiple viewers. My goodness. Yes, you are. Constantly. I believe you are. But then again, why am I even expecting a Westerner not to have a Western centric view on the world? Okay, I'm gonna repeat this once again because it seems like an Entropy Fan himself has problems with understanding what is being said to him. Even if the radio itself was a PSYOP from the CIA, it doesn't mean that the participants from Eastern Europe that have been given the tools to have a radio show were just stooges of the CIA that towed the line via pressure and never stepped out of line and never reported on anything they wanted to report about. You'd have to prove that. Prove that to me right now. Prove to me that Jan Novak Jezoransky was the stooge that only towed the line and never said anything out of line. I'm waiting. So what have we been arguing about? Then how was that an equivalent to RT again? Because that was your claim. So what was the point? Abby Martin's motives were completely different than Jan Novak Jezeransky's motives. Jan Novak Jezeransky's motives were not just to criticize imperialism. Okay, okay, demonstrate me when Jan Novak Jezeransky reported on the US as a utopia. Go. Go. Yeah, I hate to tell this to you, but a lot of the people that listened to Radio Free Europe and were in the opposition against the government were actually socialists and communists. So your point is moot. Your point is empty. Because a lot of people that listened and actually spread Radio Free Europe were actually themselves communists and socialists. No, socialists and communists. I did not stutter. Like you had, again, you have no idea about the composition of the Polish opposition if you think they were socialists and liberals. I'm talking about the left wing part of the opposition, by the way. Because there were far right people in the Polish opposition as well. So you have no clue what you're talking about. If you think that there were no far right people in the anti government opposition in Poland. There were absolutely far right people in the. Some of them are part of the far right parties now in charge of Poland, that were in charge of Poland. Socialists and liberals. Oh God, help me. The Open Civil Society liberals were a key part to the left wing of internal opposition to the Warsaw Pact. I'm sorry, what are you talking about? The Open Civil Society liberals were a key part of the left wing of internal opposition to the Warsaw Pact and the USSR. Well, okay, what are you referring to? Okay, what are you even referring to? Are you talking about the Polish opposition? You're saying they were mainly socialists and liberals? Then you're mistaken. And you're badly mistaken. If not, then I have no clue what you're even referring to. Yeah, thank you, Greater Ain't. Thank you. I have no clue what you're referring to. The people that listened to the Radio Free Europe were part of the opposition. Do you think that the religious crackpots did not listen to Radio Free Europe? Oh la la. Wow. Okay. Wow. Again, that is what happens when people that have no clue what they're talking about talk on the subjects that they have no clue what they're talking about. Oof. It doesn't matter who it pandered to. What matters is how it was used. And that is the part that you simply do not seem to understand. It doesn't matter what it pandered to. It doesn't matter what its initial goal was. What matters is how it was used in practice. Wow. slowly. Are we back? Twitch went down again. It's because, oh my god, it's because the internet died for a second and now it just doesn't work anymore. Again. I hate this so much. It worked and now it doesn't work because the internet died. And once the internet died, I cannot reconnect to Twitch anymore. So that's a problem that I will have to deal with somehow. In some way. I guess. Oh well, whatever. I'm gonna have to continue without Twitch. Alright, we have read the letter. We have had a whole big argument about it. All's good. Now I can move on to more topics. Hello, trolling from Flask. Hello. I don't know, a bit over 600 or something. Okay, I'm trying to build up the Twitch thing. Alright, we're gonna continue, okay? So we have talked about the freezing of aid on freezing of Intel, and now we're going to talk about the lifting of the sanctions. We've talked about the reaction of Poland to the thing. Oh yeah, we might as well talk about the package. Right? Poland sends military aid package to Ukraine. God. Huh. Ukraine receives a large batch of T-72 tanks from Poland. Poland at least has sent some aid. At this dark time. Alright. Let me check something real quick. Ukrainian army has reportedly received a new batch of modernized T-72 main battle tanks from Poland. Poland has, I will remind everybody, which is an embarrassing fact, it's not a point of pride for me that Poland has sent more tanks than any other ally to Ukraine. Okay? It's not a thing that Poland should be happy about. It is a thing that other allies should be, I don't know, ashamed about, especially countries like Germany, especially countries such as the United States of America. Poland is still making deliveries, yes. The US aid has been frozen, not Polish aid. So the Ukrainian army has reportedly received a new batch of modernized T-72 tanks. From what I heard, Poland has actually sent 60 tanks. No, it's not modern tanks. It's still Soviet tanks, but modernized. Okay, which is good. There are several reasons why it's good that they are still Soviet tanks, but modernized. Ukrainian soldiers are already familiar with those tanks. They don't need additional training to use them. They can just jump in uh, and use them. But the modernization part is pretty important. The modernization part makes a pretty good difference. Apparently, Germany, when it sent its tanks, they were barely usable and needed to be fixed and modernized. And Poland modernizes and sends the tanks on their end already good to use. So, yes. Modernized T-72 main battle tanks from Poland as part of Warsaw's 46 military aid package to the country. Reports indicate that approximately 60 tanks were delivered. There we go. And that they have already been received by frontline units. Ukraine has received over 280 T-72 and T-72M1 tanks from Poland, and at least 194 more T-72s from the Czech Republic, with further units delivered by Bulgaria and Morocco. The T-72 was fielded in only limited numbers by the Ukrainian army before the outbreak of full-scale hostilities with Russia in February 2022, with the more capable T-64 having formed the backbone of the country's armored units. The lack of Soviet exports of the T-64, however, means that they are now uh, widely fielded by Western aligned states in contrast to the T-72, which was inherited in significant numbers by members of the Warsaw Pact such as Poland. The tank was produced under license in Czechoslovakia, Poland, and Yugoslavia, and had been developed as a less costly and simpler derivative of the T-64. Deliveries of new T-72s is considered vital to sustaining Ukraine's warfighting capabilities, in particular due to the very high attrition rates that have been suffered by Ukrainian army units in the Russian Kursk region. Thank you. Thank you for the support. Thank you very much. Poland's capacity to supply T-72s to Ukraine has continued to increase rapidly due to the sustained deliveries of M1 Abrams tanks by the United States and K2 Black Panther tanks by South Korea, which are re-equipped Polish army units and thus facilitating the deliveries, the divestment of T-72s on a large scale. The Polish army is scheduled to receive 92-69 K2s from South Korea in 2025, completing a 3.4 billion order placed in August 2022 for 180 of the vehicles, with South Korea's uniquely high production capacity for NATO compatible main battle tanks, providing key indirect support to the Ukrainian war effort. This is especially important now that there's a very real military element to this, and there's a really big element of I guess, psychological element to this. It is very important for Ukraine to know at this time when basically it has been abandoned by its biggest ally in the world that it is not alone. It is important for Europe to step up, and this is why this might not be a huge support, but it is support nonetheless. And it shows that Poland is actually understandably serious about helping Ukraine, because anything detrimental to Ukraine is actually, believe it or not, detrimental to Poland as well. Poland's fate is quite closely tied to the fate of Ukraine, even though some people would um, deny that fact. NATO is now a big question mark. Uh, Nuclear umbrella is now a big question mark. And so Poland is more than ever incentivized to support Ukraine in this war. The Polish army will, from 2026, begin to receive the first of 820 further tanks from South Korea, which will bring total fleet to 1,000 tanks. Tanks delivered from 2026 will be locally assembled in Poland and will be customized with reinforced armor, a new active protection system, and locally developed battlefield management system. Their delivery will further significantly increases Poland's ability to resupply Ukrainian forces. Alongside T-72s, Ukraine has received significant numbers of Leopard, Leopard 2, Challenger 2, and MA-1A Abrams Western-built tanks. So yes, that is something that I wanted to mention, that Poland has actually stepped up to a degree. Poland is still in the game. Poland is still supporting Ukraine, even if the United States is not. I thought that deserved a mention. We are in a situation now in which no mineral deal has been signed. Russia, the United States has frozen aid for Ukraine, military aid, and has frozen intel. And now the United States is moving towards lifting sanctions for Russia. This was a thing that has been speculated upon for a long time. This has been a thing that I have seen coming to a degree. It's, as I've told you, number one goal of the United States is to normalize relations with Russia, go back to business as usual. Secondary goal is to extract as much as possible from Ukraine. Third goal is possibly to make peace, not necessarily a just peace. US lifting sanctions on Russia. It looks like it looks like it very much looks like the worst case scenarios that people were afraid of are coming to fruition. The United States under Donald Trump has switched allegiances. The United States under Donald Trump has decided that Ukraine is no longer its ally, Russia is its ally. And so here we are. Trump lifting US sanctions on Russia is a huge win for Putin. Chaos for global economy. This is something that Russia has been hoping for. Russia has been hoping for this from the very beginning of the war. This is the exact result that Russia has been praying for. It outlasted Biden. Trump won the election. Trump has made Russia its ally against Ukraine for all intents and purposes. Thank you, Moose Watcher. Sanctions against Russia, Donald Trump, Trump, Russia, blah blah blah. US President Donald Trump's administration is reportedly ready to lift sanctions on Russia imposed after the start of the full-scale invasion in a reversal of US policy towards Moscow during its war against Ukraine. And guess what? That will help Russia. This would help the Russian economy to recover. This would give Russia potentially access to all of these parts that they are missing to fix their refineries that Ukraine has been hitting with their drones. This will potentially open the doors for Russia to receive modern parts to refurbish their um weaponry and to resupply their weapon stock. It's it's the biggest disaster scenario that we could think of. There's not much worse, save for the US deciding to supply Russia with weapons instead of Ukraine, which, by the way, who knows at this point? Trump could very well decide, okay, if Ukraine is not going to play ball, Russia will play ball, then maybe, maybe we should supply Russia with the weapons. Maybe we should supply Russia with US weapons against Ukraine. Maybe that'll teach Zelensky, the dictator, a lesson. The White House is preparing a plan to potentially give Russia sanctions relief for several entities and Russian citizens as part of the negotiations to end the war in Ukraine. Reuters reported on March 3rd, the move is a stark shift from a sanctions policy by former President Joe Biden administration that included the mother of all sanctions. And again, I don't believe this is just a move to be contrarian against Joe Biden. I simply believe that Trump does not care about anything else but normalizing the relationship with Russia. I think that Donald Trump ideologically is much closer aligned to Vladimir Putin, to Xi Jinping, to the leader of North Korea, to the leader of Iran. Trump respects those countries. Trump does not respect international law. Trump does not respect the democracies of Europe. He respects strength. He respects might makes right. And that is why he is more aligned to countries like Russia. That is why in the conflict of Russia and Ukraine, he firmly sides with Russia because to him, Putin represents the strongman. He represents the dictator that he himself would like to be in the United States. That is why. And Trump does like to be adored. Trump like to be worshipped. Trump, personally, in my opinion, wants to be that big dictator, that strong man to whom everybody bows. Europe and G7 nations want to keep sanctions to throttle Russia's economy and continue to pressure Russian President Vladimir Putin. They may have no other option than to follow Washington to maintain unity among Ukraine's allies and avoid being a pariah in the global economy. The big revenue rising opportunities for Russia are still linked to business connected with Europe, and Europe can stand fast on that. But very quickly, Europe would find itself marginalized, said Tom um, Keatinge, director of the Center for Finance and Security at the Royal United Services Initiate Rusi, a think tank. Although the effectiveness of sanctions has been debated, they have clearly gotten under the skin of Putin, who has repeatedly called for their end. Sanctions, particularly on oil and gas industry, have been a headache for Moscow, forcing it to resort to a shadow fleet to sell discounted fuel while incurring higher export costs. It has not only been that. The sanction has um, made it more difficult for Russia to obtain experts that know how to operate and fix Russian refineries. It has made it more difficult for Russians to obtain the parts for them to build more modern weaponry. The sanctions may have had holes, but they have actually had a very real effect on Russia. The sanctions were not useless, and that is why lifting them is a disaster. Lifting sanctions in combination with freezing aid, freezing intel, it's clear that the United States have severed all allyship with Ukraine and has basically put themselves firmly as the allies of Russia. So far, Europe has not said if it will keep sanctions in place or not. Kiev's sanctions commissioner Vladislav Vlachuk called on European allies to commit to sanctions for as long as necessary. I mean, that is my point. The little refining capacity Russia has also pretty sure those use American pumps. Yes, that is why Russia has been suffering when Ukraine has been hitting their refineries because they didn't have the experts to fix it and they were lacking the parts to fix it. So if the US would decide to lift sanctions, that limitation would go away. Right? Yeah, I mentioned I have mentioned the refinery. I have mentioned the refineries. That was actually a pretty big deal. That is why the sanctions were actually why the attacks of Ukraine on those refineries were so effective because Russia lacked the ability to fix them. That is why it was so good. The US unilaterally lifts if the US unilaterally lifts sanctions, it would be a huge win for Putin and a further sign that the Western alliance is crumbling amid already heightened tensions. Keatinge told the Kyiv Independent, which again, that would be ultimately a victory for Russia. Russia would get everything that it wanted. All the things that Russia said would happen would happen. Russia outlasted Biden, Russia outlasted the West, Russia outlasted the entirety of the Western alliance that has crumbled, broken apart. The United States under Trump has decided that the West is not their ally, that Russia is the ally of Donald Trump. Aid frozen, sanctions are in the middle of discussions about being lifted. This opens the door for Russia not only to get what it wants now, but to attack again. The idea of sanctions was for Ukraine's allies to work together to hinder Russia's war economy and punish Moscow for its brutal invasion, which, you know what is happening now? Russia is being rewarded for its brutal invasion. In practice, the United States is giving a signal to Russia. You're being rewarded for your invasion. And without security guarantees, let's sum it up, okay? Let's say a ceasefire happens right now without Europe stepping up, without Europe being able to offer any tangible security guarantees, which is not a guarantee. Russia gets what it wants. Russia gets territory. Sanctions lifted. What exactly is there to stop Russia from rearming and attacking again? Nothing. Nothing is stopping Russia from attacking Ukraine again. In fact, considering that NATO is now under jeopardy, Poland is up for grabs. Everybody said before, oh yeah, you know what? Poland's not in danger because NATO Article 5, Poland's absolutely under the NATO umbrella. And, you know, Russia may attack Ukraine, but it'll never attack Poland because Poland's in NATO and that is an absolute guarantee of security. Well, you know what? NATO is not a guaranteed thing anymore. NATO is something of a question mark right now as it stands. Because NATO is something that primarily depends on the US for it to function properly. And if the US just decides to bail from NATO, then it's all up for grabs, including Poland. So there we have it. Trump's administration previously floated sanctions relief to bring Moscow to the negotiation table, shortly after former President Joe Biden worked with London to lay down the most extensive sanctions to date in January before Trump's inauguration. The growing rift between the US and Europe has increased the risk of Trump acting without Europe. Trump is already acting without Europe. Like this is a silly thing to say. What do you mean raises the risk, increases the risk of Trump acting without Europe? The conversations with Russia are already happening without Europe. Europe is already actively being excluded from conversations. It is not a matter of it increases the probability of Trump acting without Europe. Trump is already actively doing things without Europe. It's time to wake up. Really. It's time to wake up. He no longer sees the need to coordinate with European allies and seems uninterested in keeping sanctions in place, said Elizabeth Braw, a senior fellow with the Atlantic Council's Transatlantic Security Initiative. In this situation that we have found ourselves in, it's exactly why this is exactly why many people are right now talking about the alliance between the United States of America and Ukraine being effectively over. It's effectively over. one by one, the worst case scenario for Ukraine is shaping up. Frozen aid, frozen intel, sanctions. Vladimir Putin is being rewarded for his full-scale invasion on Ukraine. And now it is up to Europe. It is up to Europe, and it is still very much not decided if Europe will actually step up. There are a few projects that are being floated around. Among them is the proposed 800 billion defense plan. But the question is how much this defense plan would include Ukraine itself. Because these things do not happen like that within seconds. Like, it needs time. Like, a shared, coordinated, streamlined weapons industry, military industry, it needs time to be able to grow, to be able to be developed, right? And I will say Europe has wasted a lot of time that it could have done to, well, develop its military. If Europe had spent more time creating a unified sort of military defense strategy, a unified military with weapons that would be mutually compatible, maybe we would have been in a little bit of a different situation right now. European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen on Tuesday presented a plan to bolster Europe's defense industry and increase military capabilities. We are in an era of rearmament, and Europe is ready to massively boost its defense spending, von der Leyen said. Are words that should have been said honestly in 2022. This should have happened in 2022. She said the plan, dubbed Rearm Europe, could mobilize around 800 billion euro, $841.5 billion. The announcement comes after Washington suspended all military aid to Ukraine, days after US President Donald Trump clashed with Ukraine's Volodymyr Zelensky at the Oval Office. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go to the toilet. God. This is just not good. I'll be right back. All right, let's continue. Let's continue reading this. Let's continue discussing this because things are pretty dire right now. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna pretend that things are going well. Things are going increasingly not well, actually. What is the Rearm Europe plan? Von der Leyen outlined a 5-point plan at a critical time for the future of Europe's security. One of them is a proposal to suspend strict budget rules to allow member states to ramp up their defense expenditures without triggering the excessive deficit procedure, von der Leyen said. She referred to a mechanism designed to ensure public finance stability, as it forces governments to lower deficit levels if the 3% GDP threshold is breached. So, if member states would increase their defense spending by 1.5% of GDP on average, this could create financial space of close to 650 billion over a period of 4 years. As part of the plan, the Commission will also provide 150 billion euro in loans to EU governments for defense. It would be great if all the European Union countries would start spending on defense as much as Poland, like 4.7% of GDP. Like maybe if Germany did that, France. But, you know. Why is Europe boosting defense? That's wow. Why indeed? Why would Europe even think of boosting its defense? What a mystery. Incredible. Trump's direct outreach to Russian President Vladimir Putin on ending the war in Ukraine has destabilized transatlantic relations. The March 6th emergency meeting of the EU leaders on the heels of the London summit over the weekend comes as Europe navigates the US shifting priorities, including the possibility of Washington withdrawing support from Kyiv and its European allies. Well, it's happening. The United States, in fact, has withdrawn support from Kyiv and is planning to lift sanctions on Russia. Okay? Germany's outgoing foreign minister Annalena Baerbock called von der Leyen's plan an important first step. Two things are now essential for peace, for strength. I'm starting to hate this slogan because it's a slogan that is associated with Donald Trump. Peace through strength. No, Zelensky did not campaign for the Democrats. That is another lie, okay? That is another lie pushed by. Was it J.D. Vance that said that? That he has campaigned for the Democrats? No, that is not true. In fact, he did not do that. Two things are now essential for peace through strength: additional aid, military and financial, for Ukraine, which is defending our freedom, and a quantum leap to strengthen our EU defense, Baerbock wrote in a post on X. We are living in the most monumentous and dangerous of times, von der Leyen told reporters in Brussels. We will continue working closely with our partners in NATO. This is a moment for Europe and we are ready to step up, she added. Well, I certainly hope so. Because if Europe is not ready to step up, then it will all go tits up. quite frankly. It will all go to hell. The way things are going now, the way the US is prioritizing its alliances. Yes, he visited a factory in Pennsylvania which created shells that were to be sent to Ukraine. So, in other words, he went to oversee the production of the thing that would support his country in the defense against Russia. How dare he? How dare he? God. Ridiculous. Oh, ridiculous. So yeah, it's all going to hell before our very own eyes. You excited for the future yet? Let me see. There are at least a few other things that I'd like to. Whoop, 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 whoop. Browser. Aren't you glad? I'm all blue now. All right. It seems like Putin likes defense spending in Russia and elsewhere. It probably works to their advantage in the arms trade. Let me see. What we've got here. Trump's demands to Zelensky, the defender. 1. Formal apology because the US has demanded a formal apology. 2. Give up the minerals. 3. Hold elections even though Ukrainian law forbids it. 4. Declare Russia as the non-aggressor. 5. Give up all the temporarily occupied territories to Russia. Trump's demands to Putin, the aggressor. Absolutely nothing. This cannot be stressed enough. Trump is allied with Putin. This cannot be stressed enough. Yeah, you know who I blame? I blame Russia. Shocking, I know. I actually blame Russia. Trump's allies are asked a simple question. What else could a Russian asset actually possibly do that Trump hasn't done yet?
Thank you very
That
much.
is, I want to watch that. This is an interesting a little video that I'd like to show you. All right. I'm ready. I'm ready to show you this. If it's not evident enough that Trump is pretty much aligned with Russia's interest. Okay?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to ask you, Mr. Lando, is President Trump a Russian asset?
That is a good question. I want to hear an answer to that. Is Donald Trump a Russian asset?
Absolutely not, Senator. He's the President of the United States, duly elected by the American people.
Well, the reason I ask is many people back home have been asking me this question. And they say, if he was an asset, we would see exactly what he's doing now.
Oh, interesting. I would not call him an asset. I would call him a Russian ally. But is there even a functional difference between being a... Is there even a functional difference between being a Russian ally and a Russian asset? You tell me that.
For example, he proceeded to forward or express from the Oval Office propaganda that has been Russian propaganda, that Ukraine started the war.
That is very fascinating that suddenly the United States would push the lie that Ukraine started the war.
That Zelensky is a dictator. Second of all, he gave away key things on the negotiating table before the negotiations even started.
Territory and, well, security guarantees.
Ensuring U.S. would absolutely oppose any possibility of NATO membership for Ukraine. Third, he's cut off the arms shipments to Ukraine, completely undermining their ability against a massive neighbor next door with short supply lines and huge resources. Fourth, he's undermined the partnership with Europe, which has been essential to security over the last 80 years, a major goal of Putin's. And then he's done everything to discredit and dismean Zelensky on the international stage with the just shameful press conference.
I wonder what the response is going to be. What is the response going to be to that? What is your response, Jack Don't Do It, to all of these things? In fact, I want to hear from my conservative audience. What is your response?
In which he teamed up with the vice president to attack Zelensky. I can't imagine that if he was a Russian asset, he could do anything more favorable than these 5 points. What else could a Russian asset actually possibly do that Trump hasn't yet done?
Lift sanctions. Oh, wait. The US is actually on the way to do that. Whoops. But yes, I was able to think of something. Lifting sanctions.
Senator, the president has made it absolutely clear that his top priority is to try to bring peace.
False. The president has made it absolutely clear that his top priority is to normalize relations with Russia. That is why Ukraine has been excluded from conversations about peace, quote unquote, and that is why during some of these conversations about peace, allegedly, Ukraine was not even on the agenda. Okay.
and end an absolutely savage war. I know you're familiar with the savagery. This is turning into World War I style trench warfare now in eastern Ukraine. The president is an exceptionally gifted deal maker.
The deal is we're gonna give Russia everything that it wants, literally, territory. We're gonna abandon Ukraine as an ally. We are going to lift sanctions. What is Trump getting from Russia in return? Oh yeah, the normalization of relations. Brilliant deal maker.
He is probably the only individual in the entire universe
In the entire universe, not just in the world. He is probably the only individual in the entire universe
that could actually stop this. The president understands as part of his deal.
Well, let's turn to another of the
that you
folks
have to
here.
have carrots and
Thank you
sticks.
very much, since you're now off the topic I was raising. Mr. Whitaker, these 5 things that the president has done that are so favorable to Putin and so damaging to Ukraine and to our partnership with Europe, do you approve of them?
Well, Senator, thanks for that question. I'm just going to have to politely disagree with you on those 5 things and the way you've framed them. You know, the war in Ukraine would have never happened if President Trump was president in 2022.
That is an empty point. I will say it's not true. It's pointless to actually discuss whether or not that's true, but it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant to Trump's actions right now.
The war in Ukraine happened because of Joe Biden's weakness after his
I don't think
withdrawal
that was
from
the question I
Afghanistan.
asked, but maybe you could some other time go on television and express those points of view. But do you mind just answering the question I asked? Do you agree with the 5 things that President Trump has done, starting with him expressing Russian propaganda from the Oval Office?
Well, you know, again, as
Thank you. Thank you for just bringing him down to earth and saying, yeah, you can say that, but it's irrelevant to what I said. It's irrelevant to those 5 points.
As I mentioned to your colleague, I'm not here to assign labels. We're in the middle of a very important peace negotiation. I
Okay,
agree
thank
with Ambassador.
you.
There we have it. He didn't even, this is very dishonest. He did not even say, okay, the answer could be, okay, don't throw labels. Do you agree with these 5 points? He cannot say that.
I do hope that we have an administration that works to get the very best deal for Ukraine. But what a Russian asset would do would be to work to get the very best deal for Russia. And
Which is what's happening. The United States of America is, as we speak, literally working to get the very best deal possible for Russia and the very worst deal possible for Ukraine.
And that appears to be exactly what Donald Trump is trying to accomplish.
There we go. There we have it. I very much find this interesting, to say the least. Okay? I find this whole thing to be interesting, to say the least. And now, there are a few things. There are a few different things that can be spoken about. One more thing that I'd like to give a honorable mention, at least. And that is what Europe plans to do about all of this. Because keep in mind, what Trump is doing is not only hitting Ukraine, it is also hitting Europe. It also is undermining the entire paradigm when it comes to European security. It undermines the entirety of the paradigm when it comes to NATO. And that is why France is ready to offer. That is something that I have been speculating on before. It's something that I have raised during the presidential campaign when Trump said that he would allow Russia to do whatever the hell it wanted to the countries that would not pay above the 2% in NATO. That is something, that is the day when the entirety of Europe, including Poland, have started discussions on whether or not potentially the United States will be dependable when it comes to the nuclear umbrella. At the time, France was not very eager to share its nuclear capacity with the rest of Europe. It was not willing to extend an umbrella of defense over Europe when it comes to nuclear warfare. And now it seems like things are changing. It seems like the situation has shifted. And the French president actually is offering nuclear umbrella to European allies. My, how things have changed. My, how the situation has developed. Paris is open to discussing an extension of France's nuclear umbrella to its European partners, President Emmanuel Macron said in a grave address to the nation, in which he warned that Russia was a threat for all of Europe. France and Britain are Europe's only two nuclear powers. In his televised speech on Wednesday, Macron also said France would have to spend more on defense and would continue to help Ukraine. He acknowledged voters' concerns over Russia and over the new US administration's upending of the international order. See? This is not something that just affects Ukraine. This is the US trying to build an entirely new world order together with countries like Russia, together with countries like China. Okay? This is what's happening. And Europe has to adapt to this new world order if it wants to survive. You are, I know, legitimately worried about the current events which are disrupting the world order, Macron told voters. Russia has become a threat for France and Europe, he said, adding that to watch and do nothing would be madness. Doubts over US commitment, over the US famed nuclear umbrella, which things are changing because the US has been thus far considered the only country that has extended its nuclear umbrella to its allies. And now, interestingly enough, Russia has given its nuclear umbrella to Belarus, and it seems like the US might be withdrawing its nuclear umbrella towards its allies. It's a completely new world that is shaping up before our very own eyes during Trump's presidency. European countries are scrambling to boost defense spending and maintain support for Ukraine after President Donald Trump froze US military aid to Kyiv and fueled doubts about Washington's commitment to its European and NATO allies. Stressing that France was uniquely placed in Europe thanks to its nuclear deterrent capability, Macron said he was open to discussing extending that protection to European allies, which was something that was highly in doubt before, I will say again. Stressing that France was uniquely placed, he added that the ultimate decision on nuclear weapons would remain in the hands of the French president. The French nuclear deterrent is air and sea based, with Rafale fighter jets and nuclear submarines being able to strike at any time on the instruction of the French president alone. In the early days of the Cold War, former President Charles de Gaulle developed a nuclear deterrent that was designed to be fully independent from the two dominant powers of the time, the Soviet Union and the United States. Peace plan. In his televised address on the eve of a crucial European Union summit on defense, Macron said France would spend more on defense, though he did not say how much more. He said there would be no tax increases to finance that, but though tough choices would have to be made. He said that he wanted to believe that the United States will remain at our side, which seems not to be the case increasingly. Increasingly, it is more and more evident that the United States will not stay on either Ukraine's or Europe's side. While adding that Europe had to be ready if that was no longer the case. It's time to get ready. Okay, it's time to be ready. It's time to step up now. Macron's address comes amid a flurry of European diplomacy to shore up support for Ukraine and try to mend ties between Washington and Kyiv after an acrimonious meeting between Trump and President Volodymyr Zelensky in the Oval Office last week. France and Britain are aiming to finalize with Ukraine, possibly in days, a peace plan to present to the United States while building bridges between America and Ukraine before possible talks in Washington, diplomats have told Reuters. So this is where we are. Something that was deemed impossible is now very much a possibility. The fact that it is now a very possible scenario that the US might ditch NATO altogether, that the nuclear umbrella over Europe of the United States might become a thing of the past. Right now, the United States have all but abandoned Ukraine for all intents and purposes, and we will just have to see. We will just have to see what happens. The first people that will suffer from this will be, of course, Ukrainian civilians. Make no mistake about that. Never say never. Never say never. The United States, as far as Trump is concerned, does not have any real incentive to stay in NATO. So the question is, why not? Why wouldn't the US leave NATO? Why would you say that it would never leave NATO? People used to say that the US would never abandon Ukraine to keep the EU tame. Yes, because abandoning Ukraine is something that will keep the EU tame. Please wake up. Because they can defund NATO? What does that even mean? The US leaving NATO would be automatically defunding it, wouldn't it? So yeah. Analysis. Why Trump's move to suspend arms comes at the worst time. So there we have it. Who are we? Wait, who are we? EU prepares for a new wave of Ukrainian refugees amid Trump uncertainty. Oh yeah, that is a thing. The USA, well, everybody pays dues to NATO. That is the whole point of the percentage of the GDP being paid. So I have no clue what that has to do with. I have no clue what that has to do with the US leaving or not leaving NATO, to be quite honest with you. I have kind of a doomer long-range 5-head question if you want to derail a bit. I could, but I'm also going to talk about the refugees in a moment. I'm going to talk about the refugee crisis because nobody's talking about this, and this is quite an important topic. The fact that things that the US is doing is just going to create more and more refugee crises in Europe and to a degree in the US as well. I mean, the United States is an offspring of Europe, so that's all that I will say. Jack, don't do it. Okay, what's the question? I'm waiting for the question. I am waiting for your question. Submersive, submersive question. Then I'm gonna do this real quick. Oh, puppy. What mistakes should we make sure that what? Let's say the EU expands its arms production a lot. What mistakes should we make sure that they avoid? Not streamlining the production of arms and making the ammunition not mutually compatible with the systems that each country produces. It should all be streamlined. Basically, it should all be the same. That's my answer. Unless your question is different and you want to specify. We're a young country, though. It really does have a long year. No, you got it. Oh, okay. So yes, People don't understand that the moves that the US is doing against Ukraine and the partnership that Russia and the United States is entering. Am I correct that the manufacturer's profit motive might incentivize them not to follow your advice? Partially, but it's also about the national pride of each individual nation state that would wants them to upkeep their own individual weapons industry, which is unique. That is indeed what Trump expects from everyone, domestically and abroad. Troll from the flask. That is indeed what. That is basically the entire policy, domestically and externally, of Trump. Kiss my ring and bend the knee. That is the key behind all of his policies, basically. EU prepares for a new wave of Ukrainian refugees amid Trump uncertainty political reports. And that is a real thing, that the more the situation in Ukraine will destabilize, as I've said before throughout this whole stream, the first people that will feel the impact of frozen aid, frozen intel, of not being to intercept rocket attacks will be civilians. And the more the situation will destabilize, the more the Ukrainian population will be incentivized to flee. They will become refugees, internally and externally. It will create another refugee crisis, which I assume Europe and the United States want to avoid. But that is a topic that is never ever discussed when it comes to this war. How the actions of the allies will affect the population of Ukraine, and just how many refugees will each action create. Following a heated argument between President Volodymyr Zelensky and US President Donald Trump in the Oval Office on the February 28th, the White House suspended US military aid and intelligence sharing with Ukraine. Trump has repeatedly failed to condemn Russia, stirring panic in Europe. Czechia, Germany, and Poland host the most Ukrainian refugees. EU officials are now debating if there should be a more equal distribution among EU member states in the event of a new wave of refugees, German Interior Minister Nancy Faeser said on March 5th. So Europe is already basically preparing for a new wave of refugees, which will inevitably happen if Russia will get all that at once. If Russian President Vladimir Putin escalates this war even further and the American support should disappear, and if this should lead to a larger refugee movement, we need a binding distribution of the Ukraine refugees throughout the EU according to a fair mechanism. So already Europe is also preparing for the worst possible scenario. European officials do not necessarily expect another large influx of refugees from Ukraine. Regardless, geopolitical uncertainty has prompted dialogue among European authorities on how to respond to a potential influx, Faeser told reporters. And again, if Russia gets what it wants, it is inevitable that the influx will happen. It is inevitable. Germany will stand with Kyiv as long as Putin's terrible attack against Ukraine continues, she said. Around 5.2 million Ukrainian refugees remain abroad, and about 4.2 million reside in the EU. The share of Ukrainian refugees who want to return home dropped from 74% in December 2022 to 43% by the end of 2024. So things are looking pretty grim across the board, and whether or not the European Union wants to admit it, it is already basically preparing for the worst case scenario in which a new wave of refugees will hit Europe, and is already preparing us, already asking itself, how shall we redistribute those refugees? That is where we are now. Oh, this is something that I want to watch because
feeling of not only
Poland is, in my opinion, making a big mistake. Donald Tusk refusing to send Polish troops to the front line. That is something that I believe Poland absolutely should do. But let's hear him out, okay? Let's hear Donald Tusk out before we go to the next thing.
regardless of what you ask, I will not provide
Okay.
details, because everyone has been saying that we will try to treat these types of formats as discrete. For
Okay, I wanna see if I can find somewhere where I can rewind this. Donald Tusk refuses to send troops to front line. I guess not. I guess this is the only thing that we can watch.
in quotation marks. I wanted to ask Poland's role here. We are looking for a way that would allow us to maintain unity not only within the European Union, here we have institutions, our representatives, but since we want to cooperate so closely, and this has already become a fact, and this has also been our postulate from the beginning also with our friends, from Great Britain, Norway, also from Canada, this readiness for very close cooperation declared today by Turkey is also something that is of great importance, considering the potential of these countries, and for this such cooperation is also needed for those who would prepare these talks and together with Ukraine could propose a certain European in quotation marks, because Turkey is Europe in a sense, but it is known that this is not a strictly European format, let alone Canada. In connection with this, what is needed is not such leadership, because that would perhaps be too strong a statement, but the involvement of leaders from countries and from outside the Union, and above all, the preparation of a possibly specific plan for negotiations. We all have the impression that, in general, at the moment, no one has such a plan, has not presented it, and that there is a bit of an impression of chaos, provisionality, spontaneity of action, and this sometimes also arouses such emotions, such as this nevertheless damaging spectacle a few days ago in Washington. Everyone would like to avoid this, and in fact, probably the best way is to try to present a certain common project calmly, systematically. It is very important for us that this project, of course, takes into account the position of Ukraine, that it is as common as possible for these more than 30 countries, not only for the Union, as a plan that could count on our universal support. However, a separate issue is this discussion about future security guarantees for Ukraine. Today, This was not the subject of the debate, and I would warn our partners, I have done this before at several meetings, not to give any false illusions and guarantees if not everyone is sure that they are able to meet such a challenge, because it would be a great challenge. So today, no one focused on declarations of who is ready to send what, organize what. The most emotional questions are always whether there will be soldiers on Ukrainian soil from other countries. This was not the subject of debate today. Nothing is changing for us. Poland will support these processes, but I apologize for the perhaps too simple wording. But we do not intend to push ourselves onto the front line. And everyone, as I have said many times, understands this. Both the President of Ukraine and our partners. Poland bears such heavy burdens. We, as a nation, as a state, have really done more than enough to help Ukraine since the first days of the war. We take seriously the need for armament and spending on the defense industry. And Poland also bears responsibility for protecting the eastern border, the entire NATO and the entire European Union. And I will engage Poland in a conversation about how to strengthen our border, first and foremost. This is also a form of helping Ukraine. In fact, Putin, if he sees that the eastern border of the European Union...
No, it's not. The real way to help Ukraine will be to, actually help Ukraine. In fact, when Putin sees that Europe, instead of helping Ukraine, is strengthening its borders, that's an invitation for him to go further in Ukraine.
And therefore the Polish border is really very strongly protected and has become a priority, that there is much more equipment and people here, then his position will generally be weaker in the context of Ukraine as well. So that's what I'm going to focus on. Thank you very much. Next question, please. Nadolchak, Arnold Polsat News. Mr. Prime Minister, I know that the Prime Minister cannot reveal what decisions have been made, but I would like a declaration whether, apart from declarations, specific decisions have been made, yes or no, and possibly to...
That's the end. We're done here. So yeah. All right. Let's continue. Let's see what Russia, speaking of RT, let's see what the Russian Media Monitor has to say about this whole situation, if it has anything to say. Vladimir Solovyov says Trump is Russia's ally. Well, well, well. I like this. Interesting. Here we are. There we go. How fascinating.
У нас миллион
There is 1 million men on the other side.
напротив нас стоит. Миллион, правильно?
Russia is celebrating what is happening right now, quite frankly. Russia could not be happier with how this whole thing is turning out. There's hardly any better scenario that Russia could have found itself in than the one that we are in right now. The Ukro-Nazis on the front lines.
Укронацистов. На линии боевого соприкосновения у нас
Has 600,000.
600 тысяч. Мы ставим задачу, например, освобождение Украины.
Let's say we set a goal of liberating Ukraine, and by that, Russia means subjugating Ukraine, liberating Ukraine. Then let's liberate the Baltics. Then let's liberate Poland. Why not liberate Lithuania? Let's finish liberating Georgia.
Советская
The
армия
Soviet army completed the task
решала задачу освобождения Украины,
of
когда
liberating Ukraine
ей противостояла группировка
when it was opposed by a German group
немецкая в 2 раза по численности
that was half its size.
меньше. Поэтому, если мы хотим сохранить
Therefore, if we want to maintain these proportions
пропорции при использовании данного
by
типа
using weapons currently at our army's disposal,
вооружений, которые есть у нашей армии, мы должны что делать?
what should we be doing?
Мы должны увеличить размер
Right now, there are 1.5 times less of our troops.
группировки. Ну, по крайней мере, сейчас нас в 1,5 раза меньше, надо, чтобы было двукратным
We should increase our troops size by 3 times.
припасом. В 3 раза нарастить.
How peaceful Russia. Russia is so ready for peace, isn't it? Russia is so ready for peace. I can see it in the media. I can see it in the Russian media. Russia is so ready for peace. Russia just wants the killing to end, doesn't it? I love how peaceful Russia is. I just love it.
Численность.
So
Общество
that it's twice.
готово 3 раза нарастить численность.
So that it's twice the size of theirs.
Общество готово к тому,
Is our society prepared to enlarge it by 3 times?
чтобы увеличить численность в 3 раза. Сейчас
Right now, our armed forces are 1% of the population.
около процента нашей вооруженной силы от населения страны. Не на линии боевого
Not the
соприкосновения,
ones
кто
on the front lines,
находится, а кто вообще служит в вооруженных силах.
but all who serve in our armed forces.
Общество должно
Our
задать
society should ask itself, what are we ready to do to conquer? What are we ready to sacrifice for the sake of conquest? We should be asking ourselves that in Russia. That should be the Russian line.
себе вопрос. Что мы готовы
Our
делать?
society should ask itself
Увеличить численность,
to increase our numbers
идти на другой тип вооружения, то есть
or to escalate by moving to another type of weapons. Wow. Yeah, Russia is ready for peace. I can see that now.
эскалировать его.
It's Ukraine that are the warmongers. Yes. It's just Zelensky is just not ready for peace the way that Russia is. I can see that now.
И исходя из
We
этого,
should make decisions based on this.
уже принимать решения. Поэтому смотрим сейчас,
We look at what is currently happening in the West.
происходит на Западе. Мы что, не видим? Наступает
Can't we see? The masks are off.
вот просто маски спали. Маски спали.
The masks are off.
Мы видим, что за этой войной стоит
We see
Европа
that
в
Europe is fully behind this war.
полный рост. А Европа является сейчас центром,
Europe is the center where the ideas, money, and actors
куда сбежали идеи,
of what was called the U.S. Democratic Party.
деньги и исполнители того, что называлось Демократической
have run off to?
партией США, условно.
Oh.
Это центр либеральной
It's
демократии,
the center
woke
of the liberal democracy.
идеологии. Абсолютно богоборческой по своей
It's totally godless. It's totally satanic. Europe is satanic, and it's just liberal democracy is godless and satanic.
природе, абсолютно сатанинской. Но мы должны
But we
видеть
should look much deeper.
глубже. Мы должны видеть,
We
как
should see how the provincial Europe
провинциальную Европу, которая
that
потеряла
has lost its meaning and its core.
свой смысл и свой центр, как
This provincial Europe is being torn to pieces.
эту провинциальную Европу сейчас вот рвет на части.
Can you imagine how talentless these people are?
Потому что они не понимают, что... Представляете, насколько эти люди бездарны, и насколько им нечего делать, если они
They
могут
simply have nothing else to do.
позволить себе роскошь взять
They
и
can afford the
поехать
luxury of suddenly taking off to London.
вдруг с места в Лондон, погладить по головке Зеленского,
Zelensky on
показать
his
Трампу,
head.
что они
To show Trump that they are against him.
против него. Они же воюют
They
сейчас
are no longer fighting just against us.
уже не с нами. Они заодно бросили
They're also challenged Trump. They've also challenged Trump. In other words, Trump is now aligned with Russia. That is what is being said here. We're no longer just the only enemies of Ukraine and Europe. Trump is also that enemy.
вызов Трампу. Поэтому с
I will watch Trump going to war with Europe.
удовольствием буду смотреть, как Трамп воюет с
It will give me great pleasure.
Европой. Что кончится тем, что будет
Here is how it will go. The annexation of Greenland,
отторжение Гренландии, распад НАТО,
the disintegration of NATO,
развал
the destruction of the European Union.
Евросоюза, он перестанет признавать Евросоюз,
Trump will no longer recognize the EU.
экономическая
There
война
will be an economic war between America and Europe.
между Америкой и Европой. И я еще не
I don't rule out that with respect to the aid to Ukraine.
исключаю, что военная помощь, которая сейчас заморожена для
That was frozen. Trump will say, why don't we
Украины,
enter
потом скажет, а что нам с Россией не вступить?
into a military technical cooperation with Russia?
Вступить в систему военных
Into a military technical cooperation with Russia.
военно-технических отношений. Вот же где главные
Here's who the real enemies of America are.
враги Америки.
Oh, so you think that Russia is right? Okay. Well, good to know where your alliances are. Jack, don't do it. I am glad you agree with the Russian state media. Here's who the real enemies of America are.
Главные враги Америки — это сатанинская
The satanic Europe and the European Union.
Европа и Евросоюз. Вот же они,
They are deceitful, nasty creatures.
живые мерзкие твари, о чем вчера
Trump
Трамп
already hinted about this yesterday.
уже намекнул. И он скажет,
Trump will say, I
Говорит,
have
у
nothing
меня?
against Russia. So basically, Russia is getting all that it wanted. Russia is getting all that it wanted from the beginning of this war. A US that distances itself from Europe and from Ukraine. A Western front that is disintegrating, and Russia that benefits from it.
с Россией нечего делить. Он скажет,
The
я
liberal democratic dirtbags have maligned Russia.
так же оболган либерально-демократической сволочью, как и Россия.
The same way they've maligned me.
А на самом
In
деле
reality, it's not this way at all.
вообще все не так. Зачем?
What's the point? Let's see what is beneficial to us.
Давайте смотреть, что нам выгодно. Россия
He will say Russia says that it needs Russian lands.
говорит, что им нужны русские земли, которые захватили у
That
карнацистов.
were taken by
Так и говорит, и я
Nazis.
говорю
And
то
I'm
же самое.
saying the same thing. Keep in mind that when keep in mind that when he says that the European Union is godless, that it's bad, it's satanic, it actually is about, well, liberal democracy. It is a commentary on liberal democracy, and it is a commentary on actual free elections. It is a commentary on things like tolerance. It is a commentary on stuff like, well, things that are close to my heart, like not being discriminated against because I'm a trans person. Those are the things that Russia is saying when they say that the European Union is satanic. And of course, things like the international law being the basis of international relations rather than might makes right. So keep those things in mind. If you want to know what they mean when they say godless Europe, just watch any speech by Alexander Dugin and you will know. How can the EU say they are for the free elections with the Romania situation? Oh, okay. Jack, don't do it. What is the Romania situation? I'm curious. I don't know anything about the Romania situation. Can you explain it to me? Also, Romania is not even part of the EU, but that's neither here nor there. But please, by all means, explain to me the Romania situation, the country that's not in the EU. Maybe it is. I think I mistook it with Georgia. But please explain it to me. Yes, sorry. I'm tired. It is like 5 a.m. They arrested the elected president. They said it was because of Russian disinformation. Okay, this I can focus on. Okay. First of all, he was not an elected president. Okay. Thank you. So first of all, he was not an elected president. He won the first round of the presidential election, and there was still the second round to go. So he was not an elected president. Okay. Second of all, Russian interference in the first round was documented and proven. So, redo of the voting has been decided, okay, for that election. That's first of all. Second of all, he has been arrested because of criminal activity. What do you mean? He did get the most votes, but there was Russian interference that was proven. Do you not understand that? No, it was not some ad on Facebook. The misinformation was not even connected to Facebook. And he was not elected. It was the first round. Winning the first round, even if it was not cancelled, does not make you an elected president. It means you won the first round. It means you still have to win the second round. What the hell does that mean? What about when we get election interference in the US elections because of immigrants? What does that mean? Are you the next person that says that illegal immigrants can vote? Am I gonna get that from you next? What's Sunday steak? President Sundays? What is President Sunday steak? Oh my god. Romania. I don't think you've ever... Oh my goodness. This is the American mind on how propaganda works. We cut them a few times, Lucy, but that's not the point. They give more electoral votes, inflating number of states, not even saying it's happening now, but it could. The left doesn't care. No. What? What are you talking about? Of course, anything could happen. Again, if that's the case, then what's stopping again? I've talked about this before. This nonsensical theory about illegal immigrants being able to vote. There is no such thing as open borders, okay? What do you mean advocate for open borders? Do you know what that term means? Nowhere in the world do you have open borders. The Schengen zone is not open borders. I nearly forgot that you're a troll from the flask.
А мне нужна Гренландия, потому что это...
Again, style over substance. Again, empty slogans, no substance behind them. The left is advocating for open borders. The Romania situation, style over substance. Illegal immigrants are voting en masse in the US, which basically means that any foreigner can vote in the US. So why even bring in illegal immigration when you can bring in perfectly legal tourists and make them vote and then leave? The United States has given Ukraine 350 billion. 200-year-old people are receiving social benefits, and so on and so forth. Style over substance. Flashy slogans. Very impressive. Very, very impressive. What does that have to do with illegal immigrants voting? Nothing. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. Illegal immigrants cannot vote because if illegal immigrants could vote, then any foreigner can vote, legal or illegal. And if New York City decided to give illegal immigrants citizenship, that they're no longer illegals, they are citizens. So of course they would be able to vote then. There you go. Yeah, I don't want to believe conspiracy. True. I don't want to believe style over substance. Well, your friend Jack was, so... Your president said that was happening. The country of immigrants complaining about immigration. That's pretty rich, to be quite honest with you. When the country of immigrants complains about immigration. That's not true. That is an absolute lie. They made it illegal to check if they were illegal immigrants while voting in Cali. That's not true. So just open the border then. There wouldn't be a border either. There's no such thing as an open border. The brainlet conflated a conspiracy theory about California as if Cali needs immigrants to hate Republicans and Republicans surround FLNT, the human trafficking refugees to New York City. You're trolling me. The troll is getting trolled. I mean, you're the troll here, not me. Okay, let's continue with this video because I have to wrap this up. I have to wrap up this stream or something.
Наши национальные интересы. В чем проблема? Нерушимость границ, говорят, вы что, охренели? Какая нерушимость границ?
There you have trolling from the flask. You can now discuss with Jack Don't Do It if illegals can vote or not. There you go. Have fun, you two. Because trolling from the flask said that illegals couldn't vote. Jack said they can. Have fun. What inviolability of borders?
Границ.
Oh.
И Трамп говорит, какая нерушимость интересов. В чем проблема?
What's the problem?
Нерушимость границ, говорят, вы что, охренели?
The inviolability of borders? Are you joking?
Какая нерушимость границ?
What inviolability of borders?
И Трамп говорит,
Trump will say, let's go back to realpolitik.
давайте к
Well,
realpolitik.
might makes right is not realpolitik, actually.
Вот.
Trump will say, I don't care if the Russians are
Мне вообще говорят, неважно, будут русские в Одессе, в
in
Харькове,
Odessa, Kharkiv, Mykolaiv, or Kiev.
в Николаеве, в Киеве. Говорит, мне
He'll say, what do I care?
говорит, какая разница. Мне важно, чтобы Панамский
All I need is for the Panama Canal to be American.
канал был американским, Гренландия и Канада
For
перешли
Greenland
к
and
Америке.
Canada to join America.
Вот это, говорят, для меня важно.
It's
Вот
important. It's in our national interest.
здесь есть национальные интересы. И все.
And that's it.
Сказочка-то может
This is
закончиться.
how this fairy tale may end. It very might, yes.
Потому что у
In
Америки
reality, America and Russia have no conflict.
и России на
There you
самом
go. They're allies. That is the reality. In reality, the US and Russia are effectively allies right now.
деле конфликта-то нет. У нас нет
We don't share a border. We could be fighting over
общей границы, из-за которой мы могли бы там воевать. От формального
Russia and America
экономического союза
may benefit from an economic alliance.
Россия и Америка могут
Yeah, they might. That is true. They might.
выиграть гораздо больше, чем от союза
A
России.
lot more than from America's alliance with Europe. That's not exactly true.
Скажем так, Америки с Европой. Америка не видит в нас
America doesn't see
конкурента
us as an
экономического.
economic competitor. Well, under Trump, no. Trump sees you as allies.
А
The way it sees Europe.
В Европе видят. Поэтому
That's why Trump sees this and goes, why?
Трамп так рассуждая смотрит и говорит, а почему? Другой вопрос, как мы на это
Another issue is how we see this.
смотрим. Какие наши
How do
представления?
we perceive it?
Ну уж скажем так прямо.
Let's openly say.
Но у нас гораздо
We have
меньше
significantly fewer problems with America
проблем. То есть вот просто на порядок меньше проблем с Америкой, чем с
than
Европой.
with Europe, if you consider our history. That's actually completely not true. If you consider history, you would include the USSR, where the United States was Russia's de facto biggest geopolitical enemy. The entirety of the Cold War was basically based on the fact that it was a standoff between the United States and the USSR, which was basically controlled by Russia. A nuclear standoff. So don't tell me that that Russia has no historical beef with the United States, because that's laughable.
Если рассмотреть нашу историю. Да, на территории
Yes, American occupation forces.
России были оккупационные американские войска после гражданской войны.
We're on the territory of Russia after the Civil War.
И мы это не
I'm sorry, but I'm pretty sure Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin sees current Russia as a continuation of the USSR, as he has stated a lot. Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin claims the USSR, okay? I'm sorry to tell you. I don't make the rules. I'm not. Who am I to contradict the leader of the Russian Federation? Who are you to contradict the leader of the Russian Federation? I'm not gonna do it. I'm not as arrogant as you as to tell Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin what Russia is and what it isn't. There you go.
не собираемся им прощать.
We're not planning to forgive them for this.
Но не сравнить с тем
But you can't compare it
ужасом, который нам доставался
with
от
the horrors that the Europeans brought us.
европейцев. Поэтому, когда
That's
твари
why when creatures like German politicians,
типа немецких политиков, там Бербок,
like Baerbock, Ursula von der Leyen, Scholz, Merz, yeah, Russia is gonna talk about the horrors that Europe has brought upon it. I'm sorry, but any Ukrainian person, any Polish person will listen to this and just laugh with empty laughter.
Урсула фон дер Ляйен, Шольц, Мерц открывает
Open their dirty, stinky mouths.
свои грязные вонючие рты, то туда надо
We
вбить
should drive a wooden stake into them. Ribbentrop-Molotov, okay? That's all I have to say about that. Ribbentrop-Molotov.
осиновый кол. А если нет рядом осинового
And if
ореха,
not a wooden stake, then Oreshnik may fly.
хуй.
Oh,
Орешник
yes, the new secret super weapon. I almost forgot about the Oreshnik missile.
отлично полетит. И
Right
сейчас,
now.
когда Трамп убирает
The super weapon that is uninterceptable by any system. With Trump taking away the nuclear umbrella,
зонтик, вот вся эта сволота, которая говорит
all of these dirtbags who are talking
о размещении войск НАТО на территории Украины,
about placing NATO troops on the territory of Ukraine
должны понять, а нас ничего не сдерживает.
should understand that nothing is holding us back.
Для того, чтобы перевести эскалацию на
There
совершенно
you
другой
go. This is why France is talking about extending the nuclear umbrella over the entirety of Europe. From moving this escalation to a totally different level.
уровень. И использовать
And to use the kinds of weapons.
оружие, которое позволит, не привлекая дополнительных людей в армию,
If there's no nuclear umbrella, then there's absolutely nothing standing in the way of Russia to say Poland is also ours by right. It was part of our empire. It was part of the Soviet sphere. You should give us Poland as well, apart from Ukraine. Otherwise, you don't have the US nuclear umbrella, so we will escalate it to a totally different level. That won't require additional people for the army.
решить задачи, поставленные
To
Верховным
fulfill the task set by the Supreme Commander.
Главнокомандующим. Но совершенно иным
With a
уровнем.
totally different number of casualties. There's nothing stupid about it. I'm sorry, if there's no nuclear umbrella, if the US withdraws from NATO, then there's nothing stupid about laying claim on Poland. It's actually perfectly sound. It's actually very, very logical to do it in that case. It would be the opposite of stupid. I'll have you know. It would be stupid not to do it, in fact, if that were to be the case. Well, I'm sorry.
Главнокомандующим.
Russia does not seem to believe so.
Но совершенно иным уровнем.
With a totally different number of casualties.
Жертв на территории
It is a very naive thing to say. Jack, don't do it. On
нацистских
the territory of the Nazi countries.
стран. Телеграм-канал
Telegram channel Solovyov.
Соловьев. Такое доброе,
It's a good, humane morning.
человеческое утро.
And now the weather.
Погода и время Голованова.
Followed by golden nest time. Okay, that's it. There you go. Yes. The US will be the bridge for peace between the EU and Russia by pulling aid from Ukraine and by waging a trade war with Europe. It's going to be great. It's going to be the best time ever. True, a trolling from Flask. I know you had a bit. Wait, do I? Uh, what? Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. You are uneducated. Yes, you absolutely won the debate. You're right. You're good at this. All right. I guess we're done for today. I know it's not just reciprocal. You're good at parodying Trump's talking points, but no, it's not just reciprocal. All right. I'm going to see you, I guess, tomorrow. We'll see what else will happen. Well, no, you don't tariff. No, that it's absolutely not the same amount. Unless you're trying to tell me that Canada was placing a tariff on the United States of 25%, was it? How big was the Mexico tariff? What about the China tariff? In fact, the South Korea tariff, Trump completely lied about the South Korea tariff as well. Tariff numbers. Just saying. Because, okay, before I finish, How much? How big are EU tariffs on the US? Oh, that's what Trump said about South Korea, and it's completely incorrect. What is the current value of EU-US trade and investment? What is the current average tariff rate charged by the EU on imports from the US? What is the current average tariff rate charged by the US on imports from the EU? Let's see. Okay? Let's see the reciprocity. For technical reasons, there is not one absolute figure for the average tariffs on EU-US trade, as this calculation can be done in a variety of ways, which produce quite varied results. Nevertheless, considering the actual trade in goods between the EU and the US, in practice, the average tariff rate on both sides is approximately 1%. How interesting. So I guess the tariff will stay due to the rule of reciprocity at the 1%, right? Yeah? Is that what's gonna happen? In 2023, the US collected approximately 7 billion on tariffs on EU exports. And the EU collected approximately 3 billion on US exports. Well, hold on. What's happening here? What's happening, Jack? Don't do it. In 2023, the US collected approximately 7 billion euro on tariffs on EU exports, and the EU collected approximately 3 billion euro on US exports. Doesn't the US have a point about an asymmetry in tariffs, such as the EU's 10% tariffs on cars compared to the US 2.5% tariff? Tariff structures vary between economies, with some EU tariffs higher than those of the US and many others lower. Both the EU and the US have equally low tariffs overall. While the EU applies a 10% most favored nation MFN tariff on cars, it's important to note that the US imposes a 25% tariff on pickup trucks, the largest segment of the US auto market, accounting for about 1/3 of the vehicle sales. Wow, reciprocity in action, isn't it? Wow, the US sure is screwing the US over. Trump must step in and do something about it. In fact, the best-selling vehicle in the US is a pickup truck, the Ford F-150. The EU remains open to balanced negotiations to foster a level playing field for both sides. Wow, okay. Wow, the EU sure is screwing the US over with those tariffs. Trump is so correct. You know what? Actually, to make things even, I think Trump should implement the rule of reciprocity and lower that 20% tariff on pickup trucks to 10%, right? Is that gonna happen? The EU applies 10% for the cars. A pickup truck is a vehicle, just like a car. So maybe the US should just lower the tariff to 10%. You know, for the sake of reciprocity, right? Jack, don't do it. You agree, right? Things have to be fair, right? Whatever they charge us, we charge them, right? Wasn't that the rule? Oh, I thought that was the rule. Whatever they charge us, we charge them. Lower it to 10%. What's happening? I guess the law of reciprocity. I guess this rule of whatever they charge us, we charge them just flew out the window. At least trolling from the flask is more honest about what's happening, okay? You could learn a bit from trolling from the flask. I'm going to give praise to trolling from the flask and say that they're being honest, okay, about what's going on. You could learn a lot from trolling from the flask. Jack, don't do it. They should become your mentor. Well, before you said it was. Before you said whatever the European, you said it was just reciprocity. Reciprocity is fair on paper. I'm always honest. You could learn from me, Lucy. That's why I'm here. Are you saying I'm not honest? Are you calling me a liar? I should debate you. I should have you call in and debate me. Okay, I'm gonna finish it here. Total bilateral trade in goods reached 851 billion euro in 2023. The EU exported 503 billion euro of goods to the US market while importing 347 billion. This resulted in a goods trade surplus of 157 billion for the EU. Total bilateral trade and services between the EU and the US was worth 746 billion in 2023. The EU exported 319 billion of services to the US while importing 427 billion from the US. This resulted in a services trade deficit of $109 billion for the EU. Does the EU have a trade surplus vis-a-vis the US? When goods and services are taken into account, the EU has a small surplus with the US of 48 billion. This is the equivalent of just 3% of total EU-US trade, 1.6 trillion. It should also be noted that the EU has trade deficit with the US when it comes to trade and services, where the US records a surplus of 109 billion. In this sense, our economies complement each other very well. Okay, I've looked at the overall surplus. What now, Jack? Don't do it. What is the takeaway that I should be? What is the takeaway for me from this? What exactly is the takeaway? All right, thank you. I have listened to your request and now I'm ready to finish this beautiful stream. Thank you. Thank you very much. What? The takeaway is that the EU and the US were doing very well mutually. Okay? The takeaway is that the EU and the US were pretty good business partners. That's the takeaway. Not that the EU was screwing over the United States and that Trump has to step in and do some reciprocity tariff policy. That is the takeaway. I hate to tell it to you. Things have been going pretty well. And with that, I'm going to raid somebody. I'm going to raid into someone. I guess Riverboat Jack works. All right. Thank you. Bye-bye.